IPU belongs to the 46,000 parliamentarians in the world. To celebrate the diversity and incredible work of these brave men and women, I am happy to announce that the nominations are open for the 2024 edition of the Democracy Prize. With the world at war, this year the prize will be awarded to a member of parliament with an outstanding record on peace building and encouraging inter-parliamentary dialogue and diplomacy.
I'm from the Parliament of India.
Je représente le Parlement français.
I am from Ireland.
From Zimbabwe.
Diputada de México.
Du Canada.
Du Parlement gabonais.
I am a member of the New Zealand Parliament.
Iran.
In the Schweiz.
In Egypt.
Je suis député du Parlement mauricien.
Of the Republic of Fiji Islands.
De l'Assemblée nationale du Sénégal.
From the Kingdom of Tonga.
Parlementaire du Tchad.
Representing Finnish Parliament.
The Kingdom of Eswatini.
I'm a member of Parliament of Ukraine.
Botswana, Bangladesh.
The Parliament of Uganda.
Suriname.
Je représente Madagascar.
Zambia.
Al Parlamento di Uruguay.
South Sudan.
Centrafrique.
Sono la vicepresidente della Commissione Esteri della Camera dei Deputati italiana.
We are amongst the most vulnerable when it comes to climate change.
L'impact, il est plutôt à travers le dérèglement climatique.
Serious cyclone issues.
Acidification of the ocean, sea level rising.
ما این سالهای اخیر با یک موضوعی مواجه بودیم به نام گرد و غبار و ریزگرد.
La mer monte chaque année de 2 à 5 cm.
We also have huge issues around car dependency.
Ukraine's industry still produced many greenhouse gas emissions.
Con tormentas, lluvias, inundaciones o sequías.
Frost oder auch zu viel Regen, Überschwemmungen.
Le réchauffement est 2 fois plus important que les autres pays de la planète.
We are expecting heat waves, sandstorms.
Le flash flood, comme on dit dans le jargon.
Our farming season has changed.
The winters have become warmer.
La stagione sciistica in alcuni luoghi non esiste più.
5 months without rain in a poor country like South Sudan that is still emerging out of war.
Ça détruit les champs, les plantes. The internal migration is happening rapidly.
Over thousands and thousands of people from Turkana in Kenya and also the Pokot from the Kenyan side are now in Uganda looking for livelihoods and also pasture and water for the animals. The climate change is for real.
Les parlementaires ont pu légiférer sur la question à travers des lois sur l'environnement.
It's up to have 51% carbon reduction by 2030.
Éduquer les gens premièrement à protéger l'environnement.
Instead of using personal vehicles, we all now just get in single buses and go to where we're going.
By using the e-office suite, we have turned everything into virtual. And by doing that, we have turned paperless. And that's one aspect.
México se comprometió en el Acuerdo de París a tener el 36% de las...
Good morning, colleagues. We have established that the number of delegates that are here allow us to begin our meeting now. And I believe, much as our program has been very tight, you have had a chance to network with your colleagues, but also try to enjoy Geneva. As our program shows and the agenda, we are set to complete our General Council at our Governing Council at 1 today. And so I would request you, when you're given a chance to take the floor, please stick to your time so that we don't leave any item unattended, and our meeting will have to be closed today. And that said, you will remember on our item we had said 8C will be dealt with today. And I'll not be asking you again to approve our agenda because we had already approved. And that said, we will now begin with item C. And I'll give you just a brief that the Executive Committee had examined the situation of certain parliaments and general developments in some of the countries, and it made a number of recommendations on these cases for consideration by the Governing Council. I now wish to welcome the Secretary General to take us through the situation of those parliaments and also inform us of what the Executive Committee had suggested, and then the Governing Council will take a decision on that. Secretary General, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning to you all, distinguished members of Parliament present here. I have the privilege of presenting to you the outcome of the deliberations of the Executive Committee in respect of the situation of certain parliaments. As you will remember, the IPU has on its radar screen a number of parliaments that find themselves in an exceptional situation, and you review political developments in the countries of those parliaments and see how the IPU can support ongoing processes or in some cases serve as an early warning mechanism for crises that may erupt in the near future. So we have prepared a few slides for you, and I'm going to ask my colleague to put them on. First of all, you will see there is that slide that gives you an idea of those parliaments that we are talking about. We are talking about parliaments that are not functioning, transitional parliaments, political situation impact where, countries where the political situation impacts on the way parliament is functioning. And lastly, we look at those, as I just mentioned, those key elements that point to a crisis in a particular country which might go out of control. So let me quickly then take you through the individual parliaments that we have on the radar screen of the IPU. I've put Afghanistan and Myanmar together because they are in a similar situation. These are two parliaments that, to all intents and purposes, are not functioning on the territory of a sovereign state, given the fact that in Myanmar, the military took over in the country. In Afghanistan, the Taliban did take over in 2022 and dissolved the governing institutions. The Executive Committee has examined recent developments in these two countries, and they have concluded that it will, in view of these developments, the IPU should continue to monitor the situation in the two countries, but also continue to recognize, in the case of Afghanistan, the assembly, the parliament that was in place prior to the coup of the Taliban, the parliament was in place, and you have since recognized that parliament as what we called a non-voting observer member of the IPU. So the Executive Committee is recommending that you maintain that stance in solidarity with the Parliament of Afghanistan. It is also asking you to maintain the same stance in respect of Myanmar, which, as you have done in the past, you have recognized the committee to represent the Myanmar people, who is kind of an interim parliament that most of the members functioning in exile. They do attend your meetings regularly, and so you have decided, Madam President, you and your colleagues, to recommend to the Council that you maintain that position in respect of these two countries. You may now wish to call the question, Madam President.
Do we agree with the proposition made by the Executive Committee to maintain the same status? 1, 2, 3. Agreed. Thank you. Secretary General.
Thank you. Haiti. Currently, there's no parliament in Haiti because the term of the Rome Parliament that was there has expired, and as you've been, you have seen, the country has descended into chaos, and we do not foresee elections taking place anytime soon. And so when you examine this question, Madam President, you and your colleagues, you deplored the state of events, state of affairs in that country. You did express the hope that there could be a swift return to constitutional rule in Haiti with elections taking place. And so the recommendation you're making to Council is that the IPU continues to monitor the situation and report later on to Governing Council. Madam President.
Do we agree? Does the General Council approve what the Executive Committee has made a recommendation on? 1. Bahrain. 2nd. There's a country at the back. Okay, there are 3 more countries supporting. Agreed. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam
Sorry,
President.
I think I need to change my specs. I can't read at the end.
Madam President, we move on to Guinea-Bissau. Guinea-Bissau, we had hoped that we would take Guinea-Bissau off our radar screen in view of the positive developments that had taken place last year with elections having taken place with a new parliament established following years of instability. But recent developments have I think changed your mind, Madam President, you and your colleagues, because recently the president of the country has gone ahead and dissolved parliament, and we have ascertained that this is unconstitutional because the Constitution stipulates that parliament cannot be dissolved within 12 months of elections. So we have, Madam President, not acknowledged that dissolution. We have taken it upon ourselves to invite, as I told you, Madam President, and the Executive Committee, we have invited the Speaker of the so-called dissolved Parliament, who is here in this Assembly and participating fully as a full-fledged member of the IPU with his delegation. The latest we hear is that the President of the country has now decided that he will authorize the reopening of Parliament, but we do not have confirmation that this has happened in actual fact. I don't know if the Speaker of the Parliament is here, but he's not here, but Guinea-Bissau will be part of the discussions under the Committee of Human Rights of Parliamentarians, and so we hope that he can be here to give you the situation as it occurs there. But you did, Madam President, take the this decision to recommend to Council that the IPU continue to engage with the current Parliament and that we continue to engage with them and see what we can do to support them. I will be, last night we had a meeting in which the Speaker of Guinea-Bissau participated alongside other speakers of the West African region, and we will be able to report to you when we get to that particular matter. Thank you.
So does the Governing Council approve the fact that we will have to keep monitoring the situation in Guinea-Bissau as we continue to engage and use dialogue? 1 second. Thank you. Agreed.
Thank you, Madam President. We move on to Niger. Niger, as you know, last year witnessed a coup and swiftly dissolved the then parliament. And the military junta that took over did announce a 3-year transition period. And when you met in Luanda, you were informed, I did inform you that I had received a letter from the Prime Minister of Niger informing us that there were plans to create a transitional parliament in Niger, like the ones that are existing in Mali, Burkina Faso, and Guinea. and that institution would be the legislative body of Niger during the transitional period, will oversee the transition to democratic rule. I have not received any update on those plans. I was told just before this meeting that the Prime Minister was going to write to me to report to me again on what had been done in this case. So, Madam President, when you discuss this in Executive Committee, you agree that you will recommend to the Council that we continue to monitor the situation here. You expressed the wish that the Governing Council can express a strong view that there should be swift return to constitutional rule in Niger. So we are proposing that we continue to monitor the situation and report to you at your next session. And by then, we hope to have more positive information.
Niger, the Governing Council, does it approve the fact that IPU continues to monitor the situation in Niger?
Yes.
Agreed. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Sudan, no parliament in Sudan. Sudan stands suspended from the IPU because there's no parliament. And we had hoped when Sudan was suspended that there would be a swift effort to return to constitutional rule. This has not happened. Instead, Sudan is in the throes of what we consider to be a civil war. So, Madam President, you and your colleagues, when you examined this matter, you said we should continue to monitor the situation, and meanwhile, you maintain the decision of the governing bodies to suspend Sudan from the IPU.
Does the Governing Council approve the recommendation made in respect of Sudan that we continue monitoring the situation? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. We move on to the second category, that of transitional parliaments. And there we have a package of them. We have Burkina Faso, Mali, Guinea, Gabon, and Burkina Faso, I've mentioned Burkina Faso, Chad, Gabon, Guinea, Mali. I propose that we take them together because the situations are similar because they're involved in transitional phase, although this is in varying degrees. Some have advanced more towards constitutional rule than others. Like Chad is set to have elections in May, I think, in May, yes. And so they are at the tail end of their transitional period, and so we can take good note of that progress and encourage Chad to continue and complete the transitional process. And there, Madam President, you and your colleagues did ask us to continue to provide support to the interim parliament of Chad, especially so as the parliamentary staff in that country will have to work and welcome the new parliament when it is elected. So that is the situation regarding Chad. You want?
Okay, so I think you had mentioned
Chad,
for all of them because they are all on transition.
Okay, Burkina Faso too. Things are moving, I think. They are working on a new constitution, and as far as we know, the roadmap for return to constitutional rule is on track, is still on track. And so you take good note of that progress. For Gabon, Gabon is a new kid on the block because they experienced a coup in August 2024. Since then, we have been monitoring the situation, and the Secretary General has traveled to Gabon to ascertain the situation on the ground. I can report that an elaborate roadmap has been established and is being followed. I don't know if the Speaker of Gabon is in this room. If he is, you may want to call on him to say a few words, but that roadmap is being adhered to. And yesterday, during the meeting we had, the Speaker of Gabon once again reiterated the request they have made for the IPU to provide support in the implementation of this roadmap, including the organization of a constitution, the drafting of a constitution, because the current transitional parliament will be the institution that will draft the new constitution for Gabon. So, Madam President, you and your colleagues believe that Gabon should receive that support from the IPU. You continue to monitor the situation. Similarly, Guinea is in the final stages of its new constitution. We did contribute in the early days to the ideas that should go into this constitution. We were told yesterday that the constitution was being finalized, and so they too seem to be on track when it comes to the transitional process. Finally, Mali, similar situation. They have, in fact, approved a new constitution that has been signed by the president, the current president of Mali. So things seem to be on track there too. And if I may, Madam President, I'll add South Sudan. I add South Sudan to the list. South Sudan is a parliament that is in transition. It would seem that the roadmap that is in place is, I would say, being followed with some difficulty, but there is no cause for us to be concerned at the situation there. So, Madam President, for all these parliaments, you and your colleagues decided to recommend to Council that we take note of the progress that has been achieved, that the IPU continues to work with these parliaments individually and collectively with a view to helping them move faster to constitutional rule.
Colleagues, regarding the transitional parliaments, which the Secretary General has just mentioned in the countries of Burkina Faso, Chad, Gabon, Guinea, Mali, and South Sudan, like he has presented concisely, the Executive Committee was of the view that the Governing Council should allow or should endorse its recommendation to allow the Secretary General to render support on behalf of IPU to these transitional parliaments so that they ensure their countries return to constitutional order. So do we approve that recommendation? Agreed. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. I add, as I said before, that yesterday we had a meeting with the speakers, the heads of delegation from all these transitional parliaments, and we did agree on the way forward regarding support that we can give to them individually, taking into account their specific characteristics, but also collectively, given the fact that they are in a similar political situation, transition. So in the coming days, we will be able to initiate specific activities in support of these transitional parliaments, in some cases, to continuing the support that we have already extended to them. I move on to Libya. Libya, we do have a parliament in Libya that is recognized by the IPU, but it's a country that is in a peculiar situation where you have institutions that are double parliament, double presidency, and like that. The progress that has taken place recently is noteworthy, that the key political actors in Libya have recently agreed, I think it was 1 week ago, they have recently agreed to work now speedily towards organizing elections, long-delayed elections in the country, the parliamentary elections and the presidential elections. And so we will be monitoring this situation. There has been outreach by the parliament that is in place now to the IPU, with a view to the IPU providing as technical assistance to prepare that parliament, at least the staff members, for the advent of a new parliament. So we'll be following up on that. Madam President, you and your colleagues recommended that Governing Council take note of this progress and reiterate your desire to see elections take place as soon as possible in Libya.
The Governing Council takes note of the situation in Libya. Agreed. Thank you.
Where are we now? Venezuela. Okay. Venezuela. Thank you. So we are talking now of parliaments functioning in an environment that may impact on its functioning. And there we have put Venezuela, which was discussed at length, Madam President. You know the level of instability in Venezuela in recent years, and when you discussed this issue, you expressed concern over conditions that were in place for free and fair elections in Venezuela. You did examine efforts to normalize relations between Venezuela and the IPU. You, at the end of your deliberations, Madam President, Executive Committee decided to remain seized of this matter, to come to it again when you have your next next session, which will be in June 2024, so that the IPU can fine-tune its stance on Venezuela, it being understood that your desire is for the conditions to be conducive to the holding of free and fair elections that are foreseen sometime this year, at least for the presidential elections.
Colleagues, as you have heard, the situation in Venezuela is a challenging one, but irrespectively, there's a word from them that they are likely to hold elections, much as they haven't really confirmed on the dates, but we are still monitoring the situation, and the Executive Committee, as the Secretary General has just said, will keep monitoring the situation and see how we can work with them together under the circumstances, because we use dialogue as our tool to make sure things work out in that country as well. So, do we agree with the recommendation presented by the Secretary General in respect of the Parliament of Venezuela? That was one country or two?
Two hands.
Okay, many more. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam President. With that, I think we've gone through that category. We have Palestine and Yemen that we have put in this category. I think we all know the conditions under which Palestine finds itself today, and it does not require any extensive comment. With Yemen, it's the same thing. Yemen has a parliament that you recognize that is present here in this assembly. It's a parliament with which the IPU has signed a cooperation agreement with a view to assisting in capacity building for staff and parliamentarians. It's a parliament that is functioning under very dire conditions. You've taken note of this situation, and you have, Madam President, you and your colleagues have agreed to continue to monitor Palestine and Yemen, and envisage possible support if that is the desire. At least for Yemen, we do have that cooperation agreement. Thank you.
In respect of Yemen and Palestine, the Governing Council will just note what the Secretary General has said, but the situation hasn't changed, so there is no recommendation that is being put across to you.
Okay. Then the last category is that the countries where the political situation poses a potential threat to Parliament's capacity to function. And there we have Bosnia and Herzegovina. They have been on our radar screen for the past couple of years, if I'm not mistaken. We have Eswatini. In the case of Eswatini, Madam President, the Executive Committee did take note of some positive developments that have taken place in Eswatini, and you decided nevertheless to maintain Eswatini on the radar screen. And if by October 2024, the situation has progressed substantially, you will be pleased to take Eswatini off the list, just as you would be pleased to take Peru in light of current political developments, positive developments. You'll be in a position to take them off this radar screen. Syria is there. We do know the circumstances under which Syria is functioning today, and it will help to continue to monitor the situation of the parliament there. I do understand they're here anyway. They're participating fully and have been so for years in the deliberations of the organization. But the circumstances are exceptional. and that is why we still have them on the radar screen. Madam President.
The Governing Council is invited to note that, but also, is all well? Okay. The Governing Council is invited to take note of what the Secretary General has said and the fact that we will keep these, the parliaments from the 4 countries under our watch. Do we agree? Thank you. Eswatini is requesting the floor.
President, the Kingdom of Eswatini would like to make the Assembly aware that the case that is being discussed or highlighted as an area of concern has not yet been completed. It has not been concluded. So what is happening is that judgment, while it has been passed, but there has been no sentencing, the case is currently under pleadings. So while we may have IPU taking interest to follow the issues in Eswatini, but we'll also appeal that can we allow the judiciary side to conclude its matter? That is what we are appealing for, President. Thank you.
I think the wording of the Secretary General when he was presenting is very clear. The IPU has no intention of interfering of what is going on at the moment. But IPU is monitoring because the issue concerns parliaments and we are a parliamentary family. So it's in that context. The IPU is not doing anything more than that. Secretary General?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for giving me the floor to clarify further what you have said. Eswatini has been on our radar screen since 2021 on account of the protests that happened in your country in May 2021, and the IPU has been monitoring the situation ever since. We have taken note that the country has organized a national dialogue, and that it looks like things are back on track with regard to envisaged reforms for the improvement of governance in Eswatini. And that is what I was referring to in the statement that I made a moment ago. What you are referring to regards a case that is under consideration by the Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians, where we do have three members of parliament who are before that committee on account of perceived violations of their rights. There will be a report during this session of the Council on that particular case. So if you bear with Madam President, that matter will be discussed during the presentation of that report of the Committee on Human Rights of Parliamentarians. Thank you.
I believe Eswatini is now comfortable. And we had already made a decision in respect of that. I had already asked you. Okay, so we go to agenda item number 10, because number 9 was taken when we had our first session of the Governing Council. So, item 10, future inter-parliamentary meetings. Secretary General, if you want to take us through that.
Very quickly, Madam President, I believe the document regarding future inter-parliamentary meetings has been circulated to you in one form or the other. And I just want to make a couple of comments here. You are holding your 148th Assembly here in Geneva. And the 150th Assembly has been approved by the Governing Council to take place in Tashkent, Uzbekistan. There, I sent a delegation or a mission by my colleagues to go and ascertain that the conditions would be there for an assembly to take place in Tashkent. The conclusion is positive, Madam President, as you noted in the Executive Committee. So we think that that assembly is set to take place in Tashkent. Yesterday, upon the authority of the Executive Committee, I did sign the host country agreement for that assembly with the Speaker of the House in Tashkent. Then, what we are requesting you to do, Madam President, you and your colleagues, is to approve the holding of the 149th Assembly of the IPU and related meetings here in Geneva in October 2024. You'll remember that when you last reviewed this list, we told you that we would be making efforts to identify a possible host. It has not been possible for us to find a host at short notice, and so we are proposing that we host you here in Geneva under similar circumstances as the one that you have here in the 148th Assembly. So, Madam President, you and your colleagues are required to take that decision formally. And then the rest of the meetings are either meetings that have been adopted already by you, endorsed by you, or those for which we require governing council approval. And they are appropriately indicated in the last column in each of the meetings there. And I just want to mention that all the meetings that are included in this list, for these meetings, funding has been secured. So we are not going out to look for funding for the events, but we do, in some cases, need hosts for these events, and we hope that you can take note of all those meetings that are taking place, and please approach us, or we'll approach you too, to see if you would be in a position to host some of those meetings. We are also making full use of what we call digital technology to host some of these meetings, many of these meetings online. But there should be a judicious balance between in-person meetings and online meetings. So, Madam President, you may wish to ask your colleagues to endorse this list of meetings. It is a very useful instrument for planning purposes. When you have it, you know when and where your presence will be required in the course of the year. So, Madam President.
Colleagues, the future inter-parliamentary meetings, as the Secretary General has just given us a summary, we have the document and we urge you to come forward and offer your countries to be hosts to some of these meetings. And so, with your approval, of course, before I bang this, our 149th Assembly will be held here in Geneva because so far no country has offered. And so when we are approving the future meetings, we are also approving the venue for our next meeting. So do we approve the list that is circulated to you regarding the future IPU meetings? Thank you very much. Approved, Secretary General. We now go to our item 11, which is regarding the 6th World Conference of Speakers. And I would like to, again, get back to you and request that, while the Secretary General is going to provide us an update on the preliminary arrangements of the 6th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament, would urge all of us to listen. There is a bit of noise in the House. Maybe you give a chance to the Secretary General to address you on this matter. Secretary General, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I believe that under this item you have also received a document that gives you the composition of the preparatory committee that is being established to prepare for that important summit that will take place next year. In Luanda, you did approve the holding of this summit, the World Conference of Speakers of Parliament. In Geneva, sometime in the summer next year. The timing of that seminar, or not seminar, sorry, that summit has now been narrowed down to late July, early August, late July in particular. And we have, following the decision taken by the Governing Council, gone ahead and put together the preparatory committee that will work over the next year or so to organize that assembly, that summit. Madam President, you and the Executive Committee did review that list, which has been established according to the formula that you accepted, that it be composed of some 20 speakers of Parliament representing the various geopolitical groups. We have received nominations from the various geopolitical groups that you have there, and so we have some 16 speakers already identified to be on the preparatory committee on behalf of the geopolitical groups. In addition to those members, you have ex-official members who sit on this preparatory committee, and that is the president of the Young Parliamentarians Board and the president of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians. We also have, as members of the preparatory committee, representatives from the executive committee itself, and you'll see there that the speaker from Zambia and the member from Spain will represent the executive committee there. And it's customary practice to include in the preparatory committee the speaker of the host country, in this case, Switzerland, as well as a representative of the Secretary General of the United Nations. The Secretary General of the UN has appointed his Chief of Staff to sit on that preparatory committee. And of course, we have the person, the office holder in the IPU, who deals with UN matters, the chair of the Committee on UN Affairs, who will also be sitting in that preparatory committee. I see David McGinsey here. So, Madam President, we are just requesting the Governing Council to take note of this update. The first meeting of the preparatory committee is set to take place in Geneva on the 17th and 18th of May this year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Secretary General, for that brief note that you have made to the members. And I would request that the Governing Council now endorse this preparatory committee, and so its meetings. So first the membership and then its meetings. Do we approve? Thank you very much. Now, that said, in respect of our meetings, before we move to item 12, I would like to also appraise you on other decisions that were taken by the Executive Committee in respect of meetings. The Executive Committee also agreed that there will be a global meeting under the auspices of IPU, a global women parliamentarians meeting once every year. And for the first time, it has been offered to be held in Mexico. But before we go further, the Governing Council is invited to approve the fact that under IPU, we will be having an annual meeting for women parliamentarians, as it is done for the young members of parliament. Do we approve the annual meeting for women parliamentarians? Thank you very much. That is agreed, so that is something new. But the other meeting that was also agreed by the Executive Committee, and it is also brought to your attention for approval, is the fact that the Executive Committee historically has been meeting towards our own assemblies. So that makes some of the issues to really drag for a longer time, which could be decided on in the midway. And so in order to facilitate that, the Executive Committee is also requesting you to approve the fact that the Executive Committee will also be meeting at least once between the two assemblies, and the proposal is these meetings will be taking place in June every year. Do we also approve the meetings of the Executive Committee in the middle of these two assemblies, and the proposal is June? Do we approve? Thank you very much. So, Mr. Secretary General, the Governing Council has approved the two additional meetings in a year. That said, it will also help us to actually follow up on the implementation of our strategy, which runs from 2022 to 2026. So thank you so much for approving these two new meetings. And so we move now to item 12 of our agenda. And that is the task force on the peaceful resolution of the war in Ukraine. And at this point, I would like to welcome our speaker from Namibia, who is the vice chair of the task force, to present the report to us. Professor Katavivi, the speaker of Namibia. You have the floor. I don't know. Is he here? Speaker? You want to speak from there?
Oh, okay.
Okay, the speaker is in the room, is actually coming to take the floor. So we give him a few seconds to do that. I hope the speakers have been, okay. Okay. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President of IPU. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to report back on the activities of IPU task force on peaceful resolution of the war in Ukraine since October 2023. Since its establishment in March 2022, the IPU task force on the peaceful resolution of the war in Ukraine has endeavored to promote political dialogue in support of peace-building efforts, including by working with delegations of Ukraine and the Russian Federation. That is to identify possible ways to ease the humanitarian consequences of the war. The IPU task force deplores the fact that the war is raging on with countless victims on both sides, and has continued to advocate for a return to the negotiating table. In the meantime, the task force members have sought to engage in parliamentary diplomacy and focus on small steps that can eventually lead to a dialogue, better understanding, and possible positive humanitarian outcomes. Colleagues, during the 146th IPU Assembly in Manama, both sides agreed, in principle, to focus on our 4 issues identified as common ground in the various proposed peace plans. 1, nuclear safety. 2, food security. 3, access to, treatment, and exchange of prisoners of war. And 4th, safety on ecologically vulnerable sites. At its 7th meeting in October 2023, in the context of 147th IPU Assembly in Luanda, the task force agreed to include a 5th point of discussion, and the subject of the conflict-displaced children. In particular, the task force expressed a willingness to address the challenge raised by the United Nations verified reports of separated children who find themselves stranded across the Russian and Ukraine border or along the lines of military control in the conflict zone without their parents or legal guardians. As a follow-up to its 7th meeting, the task force collected information on this issue from the delegations of both Ukraine and Russian Federation. It received several communications and providing competing accounts of the situation of the conflict-displaced children. The task force has noted that while both Ukrainian and Russian officials acknowledge the thousands of children that have been displaced from Ukraine to the Russian Federation or Russian-controlled territories since the beginning of the war, the explanations differ from various accounts to the question of abducted versus humanitarian evacuations. All those issues were received by the task force, and we have to verify and understand exactly what are the issues here. On the 14th of March 2024, the task force held an online briefing alongside the IPU Committee to promote respect for international humanitarian law, with a special focus on the children, with a contribution by experts from United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, United Nations Committee on Rights of the Child, and the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, and the United Nations Special Rapporteur on the humanitarian rights of internally displaced persons. During this session, the task force was briefed on the need for more political support to bolster international mechanisms to reunite the children and parents. And the task force held its 12th meeting on the 25th of March 2024 during the 148th IPU Assembly, and held a follow-up meeting with the delegation from Ukraine and the Russian Federation. The parties agreed to deepen cooperation with the IPU on issues of conflict-displaced children, share further information as requested, and work to develop more concrete and structured procedures to support family unifications. In this context, the task force is looking to address the situation of identified displaced children on case-by-case basis through its discrete good offices. 2 years after its first field visit to Ukraine and the Russian Federation, the task force also discussed the possibility of conducting a second mission to Kiev and Moscow, which was welcomed by both parties. The task force is therefore committed to continuing its work efforts to help bring about a peaceful resolution to the war in Ukraine. Our task is never easy, is that of a dialogue or that of building a bridge between parties involved in this conflict. But we have been committed to this task, and we continue to do so. With the support of member parliaments, we believe we can find a way. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair for this committee, I think you can have a seat here in the meanwhile, just in case there are any questions. Yeah. You can have a seat here for some minutes. Yeah, colleagues, we have listened to this update, and before I talk about it, I will open the floor to one or two delegates or delegations which would like to take the floor. One or two, ask questions or clarification. What's that?
Russia. And
that's Russia Federation.
And somebody, the one behind.
Please hold your plug this way so that I get, Russia Federation, I've noted you. At the back? Sweden. Okay, so we have Russia and Sweden. Russia Federation, you have the floor, and then we'll go to, Sweden. I had said two, but then the former president has raised, and I think it is only good that we will have a chance to listen to his voice once again. Russia Federation, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam President. I wanted to use this opportunity to express our gratitude to the members of the task force and confirm that we are ready to continue to communicate and cooperate with this group of our colleagues, because this is probably the only reasonable way to approach this difficult conflict, rather than to pass resolutions here which are very, very, very partial, so to say. My dear colleague reporting now about the task force meetings previously mentioned that the major goal would always be to facilitate dialogue between the conflicting parts, preferably in a format of negotiations. Yes, we on the Russian side have always been and still are ready for this type of dialogue and negotiations, but negotiations with Russia are legally prohibited according to the Ukrainian law. It is a ban in the Ukrainian law on negotiations with Russia, and I believe that it is a very serious obstacle to be addressed by the task force, among other things. And I'm a little bit surprised that the Ukrainian delegation right now, as far as I can see, is not present in our auditorium while we are discussing Ukraine. They even moved from their original place behind me and to the other part of our hall, which is somehow childish, I believe. But this is how it looks like in terms of a possible eventual dialogue between the two delegations. Here it does not exist, though we could have used that opportunity, and we confirmed for our task force colleagues that we are ready for that dialogue with the Ukrainian delegation even here. Unfortunately, it does not take place, and this is how the conflict continues. And I'm really sorry that, according to our information, this position of Ukraine is heavily sponsored by certain Western countries. which have literally prohibited Ukraine to negotiate with Russia, but to continue to have war with Russia, which is, I believe, a very, very stupid and irresponsible approach by these Western countries. But in any case, we are ready to go ahead, and once again, we would be happy to receive the task force mission in Moscow once again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sweden, you have the floor. We will end up with Portugal.
Thank you, Madam President, and also thank you to the task force report. I think the work of the task force is very important. The war started the 24th of February 2022. I was president of OSCE Parliamentary Assembly at that time. We took immediately steps to do what we could to end Russia's aggressive, unprovoked, full-scale war of Ukraine. Unfortunately, we didn't succeed, so I wish the task force all success with their important war. But I would also like to ask the task force, it's a focus on humanitarian issues, and that's good. But my question is, just before the IPU meeting, there were increased aggressive bombing on civilian target in Ukraine by Russia, in Kiev, in Lviv, in the southern part, also on power plants. And I asked the task force what they can do to support an end of Russia's aggressive bombing, because those who suffer, it's the civilian people, mostly women and other vulnerable groups. And I wish an end of Russia's aggression, because that's what the world needs today. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. And now I'll give the floor to Portugal.
Thank you.
Portugal.
Thank you, Madam. Madam President, it's a pleasure to receive the floor from you. All the luck for your term. Just a short intervention to express the relevance of this task force and to congratulate all members of this task force. Of course, they are with a huge responsibility. We never forget the trip that this team did to Kiev and Moscow, how it was hard also physically, but this is what IPU needs to do. We are a forum of dialogue. War is never a solution for the divergences that may happen between countries. And so dialogue, diplomacy should be the first and the last word when we have a problem and we need to solve it. And if until now it was not possible to have direct negotiations between Ukraine and Russia, at least they accept the intermediation of IPU. It is a good example of the relevance of our organization. But we need to have now more results. And what I ask is not to our colleagues of the task force, because I believe they are doing all the best. What I ask is from Russia colleagues and from Ukrainian colleagues to be available to accept more convergences of opinions to put an end in this conflict. Without this, the war is going on and more innocent people will suffer. Thank you so much, dear colleagues, for your work in this task force.
Thank you so much. I will now welcome our Vice Chair of the task force to respond for like 2-3 minutes. Thank you. Professor Kachavivi, Speaker of Namibia.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. Overall, I must say, on behalf of my colleagues, the entire membership of the task force, we are extremely grateful to all of you for your support and understanding. This is a complex issue. None of us can underestimate this particular conflict that have gone on for so long. And I can only say to all of you that what we are trying to do is important on behalf of our organization, IPU. We want to demonstrate our willingness to seek the support and cooperation of the two parties to the conflict. And it is never easy because it requires tactfulness and sensitivity to be able to reach out to all of them. We want to do this in good faith and demonstrate the fact that we are not underestimating anything in front of us. First of all, a few comments to our colleague from Russian Federation. Yes, I agree with you that this is a complex issue. Our role is to facilitate communication, to build confident measures that help to bring the two parties to the conflict together, and that remains our goal. So I'm very happy to hear your readiness to receive the visit of the task force to Moscow. We look forward to engaging you further. And I think at the end of the day, really, we need to thank both parties for their willingness to entertain the work of the task force. That is the starting point. And I hope that can lead to something much more concrete that can bring us nearer to resolving this complex issue. With respect to the comment from our colleague from Sweden, the issue you alluded to are very much addressed in our report. They are issues that are beyond our mandate. But with the help of UN agencies and other expert groups, I think the message is very clear that everything must be done to contain some of those aspects relating to the nuclear aspect, etc. But those are the issues that are not necessarily the mandate of the task force. But our mandate is basically to promote dialogue, to build confident measures that will bring about some sort of serious dialogue on the particular issue of ending the conflict. To our colleagues, our former president of IPU, thank you very much. You have been with us. You are the one who was at the helm of IPU, who played an instrumental role in mandating the task force to embark upon this important assignment. We will endeavor to do the best we can. It is never easy, but where there is a will, there is a way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. But let me also take this opportunity to thank the membership of this task force, including our chair, Dr. Al-Naimi, for the good work that they're putting into this and all the efforts that you're making. I would also like to thank our colleagues, the Ukrainian delegation to IPU. They have always been very cooperative. They have been working with us to make sure they facilitate all the visits, but also the readiness to cooperate, but also our colleagues from the Russian Federation. They have been ready to meet us all the time and to answer everything that we would ask them. And we believe this spirit will continue as the executive committee on your behalf, the Governing Council, also had a chance to be briefed about what has been done by the task force so far, but also what are the future prospects. And much as we continue to work in all areas, we have at least narrowed down to the return of children who were taken under different circumstances, who are no longer in Ukraine. So we will be working harder to make sure these children are returned, and I have personally offered my readiness to this task force to assist in whichever way they will feel comfortable. So we are working hard, and we will try to make sure this task force again visits these two parties in Ukraine, but also in Russia to put a bit of pressure to make sure the children are returned to Ukraine. That said, may I take it that we note this report of the task force, which has already been looked at by the executive committee and its recommendation? Thank you very much. So we move now to our 13th item of our agenda. And on this, the Governing Council, you will be hearing brief reports on the activities of different IPU bodies. And we will also be invited to appoint new members to several of them. So we will begin with the Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians. And under this agenda, we will hear the reports of the Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians, and which had a chance to meet during this assembly. And the President of the Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians is already coming up, Honorable Odhiambo from Kenya. Madam Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Dear parliamentary colleagues, I have the honor to present to you the report of the Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians on the session we held in Geneva. As usual, I will present the cases in alphabetical order. We will start with Bangladesh. The committee thanks the delegation of Bangladesh for the information provided at the hearing held during the current session and for the spirit of cooperation. We note with appreciation that the Parliament of Bangladesh continues to monitor this case. However, we firmly believe that almost 20 years after Mr. Kibria's assassination, the time has come for justice to be done in this case. We sincerely hope that Parliament and the current ruling party, of which Mr. Kibria was a prominent member, will take decisive action to facilitate the resolution of this matter and finally send a strong signal that the murder of a parliamentarian cannot go unpunished. We invite you to adopt the draft decision on page 1 of the English and French versions.
So we are supposed to, we are requested by the committee to adopt the recommendation, and I don't see any reservations. So do we adopt? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll move to Egypt. The committee again considered the case of the former Egyptian Member of Parliament, Mr. Mustafa Al-Nagar, who has been missing for almost 3 years. The committee regrets that the Egyptian House of Representatives has stopped responding to its requests for information since 2022. The committee remains convinced that the Egyptian state could make more efforts to locate Mr. Al-Nagar, in particular by opening an investigation into his disappearance so that his family can finally find out what has become of him. The committee also wishes to receive the requested information regarding the court decisions adopted against Mr. Al-Nagar and the criteria to be met for the authorities to initiate an investigation into the disappearance of individuals whose families have filed a complaint about their disappearance. We invite you to adopt the draft decision on page 3 of the English and French versions.
I don't see any reservations. We adopt. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
We will move, thank you, Madam President, we'll move to Eswatini. Our committee had a very constructive exchange in Geneva with the Eswatini delegation about the case of the 3 former parliamentarians, 2 of whom have been held in detention on a number of charges since July 2021 in the aftermath of protests calling for democratic reforms in Eswatini. Last year, the judge in the case found them guilty of the more serious charges, but reserved sentencing for later. Both men risk spending 20 years in prison. You have before you the latest report from the IPU trial observer. His and our own analysis of the verdict confirm earlier concerns that the criminal cases brought against the parliamentarians came in response to their actions to support political change. Indeed, our committee is convinced that both men should never have been prosecuted in the first place. We sincerely hope that the matter will be resolved in a way that is in line with applicable human rights standards before the men are sentenced. At the same time, our committee remains keen to travel to Eswatini to discuss with the authorities and other stakeholders the issues that have emerged in this case. Eswatini delegation has confirmed its willingness to help facilitate the organization of this mission. We invite you to adopt the draft decision on page 7 of the English and French versions.
I don't see any reservations. We adopt. Thank you very much.
We move
Madam
on.
Chair, yeah, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. We move on to Guinea-Bissau. The committee also examined a new collective case in Guinea-Bissau of 4 parliamentarians who have suffered violations of their human rights for publicly criticizing the President of the Republic. I would first like to thank the parliamentary authorities for the information provided during the hearing with the committee. The case includes the situation of Mr. Marciano Indi, who was abducted in 2020. Even though he was able to identify his kidnappers, no investigation was carried out by the relevant authorities. In 2022, Member of Parliament Mr. Agnello Regala was shot outside his home. His injuries were so serious that he was rushed to Portugal for treatment. A judicial inquiry was opened, but no further action was taken. In 2024, Mr. Bamba Banjai was arrested and subjected to intense interrogation twice. Lastly, since the unconstitutional dissolution of Parliament in December 2023, the President of the Assembly, Mr. Domingo Simoes Pereira, and all the other members of Parliament have been deprived of their parliamentary mandate and continue to be prevented from entering Parliament. The committee denounces these violations and urges the authorities in Guinea-Bissau to take all necessary steps to ensure that the violations suffered are properly investigated. We invite you to adopt the draft decision on pages 11 and 12 of the English and French versions, respectively.
Members, one of the people affected by these actions, which are reported by the committee, is in the room, but he hasn't risen. If he would want to speak, the speaker, I would like to recognize the Speaker of Guinea-Bissau, who is with us here, and he hasn't indicated he would like to speak. So, do we adopt? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move to Israel. A new case was referred to the committee regarding the situation of Mr. Ofer Kassif, a member of the Knesset who was subjected to an arbitrary expulsion procedure for publicly supporting the South African case against the State of Israel at the International Court of Justice. The motion to expel Mr. Kassif failed to pass in plenary, and he was able to retain his parliamentary seat in the Knesset. For that reason, the committee decided to declare the case inadmissible as the basis of the regional complaint had become moot. However, the committee found that the expulsion procedure infringed upon Mr. Kassif's right to freedom of expression and hindered the legitimate exercise of his parliamentary mandate. The committee calls on the Israeli authorities to ensure that the rights of members of the Knesset, including their right to freedom of opinion and expression, are upheld and their parliamentary immunity is protected. We invite you to adopt the draft decision on pages 15 and 16 of the English and French versions, respectively.
I don't see any reservations. We adopt. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to Kyrgyzstan. The committee has recently declared admissible a complaint from Mr. Adakhan Madumarov, a former speaker and leader of one of the main opposition parties in Parliament. Last September, as he was walking in the capital with his son, Mr. Madumarov was arrested by special forces and later accused of treason over a matter dating back to 2009, ostensibly for signing the minutes of a diplomatic meeting on the disputed border with the neighboring Tajikistan. Since then, Mr. Madumarov has spent 7 months in prison as all petitions for his release were rejected. The complainant reports that the trial of Mr. Madumarov and his continued detention are politically motivated and violate his rights to due process, his immunity, and his parliamentary mandate. The committee thanks the ambassador of Kyrgyzstan for answering its questions in a hearing during this assembly. However, the committee is concerned by the grave allegations in this case and calls on the authorities to free Mr. Madumarov and do their utmost to protect his right in this regard. Last night, we were informed that Mr. Madumarov was found guilty of the charges but received no sentence. He reportedly has to remain in prison until the criminal proceedings have been concluded, which is apparently unlawful. We suggest to reflect this latest development in the draft decision. We invite you to adopt the draft decision on pages 18 and 19 of the English and French versions, respectively.
I don't see any delegates opposing that, so we adopt. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to Madagascar. The committee examined a new case in Madagascar concerning Member of Parliament Mr. Fretra Raza Fitzmianola. I would like to thank the National Assembly of Madagascar for the written information provided, including the measures taken to ensure respect for the Member of Parliament's rights. Mr. Raza Fitzmianola was arrested in November 2023 during an unauthorized demonstration to protest against a lack of transparency in the presidential election. On the eve of the presidential election, the Malagasy government decided to ban all political demonstrations in public spaces by all parties except the re-elected president's party. The Member of Parliament was charged with inciting the population to take part in unauthorized demonstrations in defiance of his parliamentary immunity. He has been released under judicial supervision and is awaiting his verdict, scheduled for 9th of April. The committee calls on the judicial authorities to drop the charges against Mr. Raza Fitzmialona and hopes that the verdict to be handed down on the 9th of April 2024 will clear him of the charges against him, since they appear to be based merely on their exercise of his fundamental rights. We invite you to adopt the draft decision on pages 21 and 22 of the English and French versions, respectively.
I don't see any reservations. We adopt. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam President. We move to Pakistan. The committee is deeply concerned by the deteriorating situation of opposition members of parliament in Pakistan, with mounting allegations of arbitrary detention, inhuman treatment, and violations of due process against 4 parliamentarians of the PTI party, including its chairperson, Mr. Imran Khan. We particularly are alarmed by reports of the deteriorating health of Mr. Khan and of his colleagues who remain in prison. The committee deplores that the authorities have not implemented the decision adopted by this council at the assembly in Luanda, urging them to free the detained members of parliament and allow them to take part in elections freely. The committee deeply regrets that the political rights of the 5 members of parliament in this case were not respected. The committee urges the Pakistani authorities to ensure that violations against their colleagues are not left unpunished and to make sure that such cases do not recur. It also hopes to finally be able to go to Pakistan to meet all parties and make progress towards the resolution of the growing number of cases in the country. We invite you to adopt the draft decisions on pages 24 and 25 of the English and French versions, respectively.
I don't see any reservations. We adopt. Thank you very much.
We move to Palestine, Israel. The committee examined the cases of Mr. Marwan Barghouti and Mr. Ahmad Sadat, 2 former Palestinian members of parliament who are currently detained in Israel. They were detained after unfair trials, as concluded by the legal expert appointed by the IPU in his 2003 report on Mr. Barghouti's trial, and reported by several civil society organizations in the case of Mr. Sadat. The committee is deeply concerned about the recent information regarding the detention conditions of Mr. Barghouti and Mr. Sadat, including their reported torture and ill treatment, their placement in solitary confinement, and their restricted access to water and food inside Israeli prison. The committee urges the Israeli authorities to treat Mr. Barghouti and Mr. Sadat with respect for their inherent dignity and value as human beings, to prevent torture and other forms of ill treatment, and to investigate thoroughly the very serious allegations about their current treatment. We invite you to adopt the draft decisions on pages 28 and 33 and 29 and 34 of the English and French versions, respectively.
I don't see any reservations. We adopt. Thank you very much. Chair.
We move to Philippines, Madam President. The committee is presenting to you 2 draft decisions. Let me start with some positive news. Former Senator De Lima was finally released on bail in November 2023. Her trial has been riddled with irregularities, and the prosecution's case has collapsed over time. In fact, a full analysis of her situation shows convincingly that she was charged in response to her criticism of former President Duterte. We trust, therefore, that the only remaining charge pending against MS De Lima will now also be finally dismissed for lack of evidence. With regard to the second case, which concerns a current parliamentarian, M.S. Castro, and a former parliamentarian, M.S. Elago, both have been vilified or worse, threatened by prominent figures within the political or military establishment. In fact, in October 2023, former President Duterte made it clear on television that he thought that M.S. Castro should be killed. We remain deeply concerned that our former president made these remarks which could put M.S. Castro's life in real danger, and call on the prosecutor's office to take necessary action. We invite you to adopt the draft decision on pages 37 and 40 and 38 and 42 of the English and French versions, respectively.
I don't see any reservations, so we adopt. Thank you.
We move to Somalia, Madam President. The committee received a new complaint alleging that Mr. Abdullahi Abib had faced death threats as a result of his oversight work in Parliament. In addition, Mr. Abib has allegedly faced interference with his work within Parliament, where he often addresses matters of corruption and human rights violations. The committee thanks the delegation of Somalia for the information provided in a meeting during this assembly. However, the committee is concerned by the discrepancies between the account of the complainant and that of the authorities. In light of the security risks faced by Mr. Abib and the numerous cases of murdered members of parliament in Somalia, the committee calls on the Somalian authorities to do everything possible to protect the right and life of Mr. Abib. The committee also hopes to be able to rely on the cooperation of Parliament to address the concerns in this case. We invite you to adopt the draft decisions on pages 43 and 46 of the English and French versions, respectively.
I don't see any reservations. We adopt. Thank you very much.
Madam President, we move to Tunisia. With regard to Tunisia, I would like to thank the parliamentary authorities for their openness to dialogue with the committee and for expressing their wish to collaborate with the committee and the IPU. Although it has decided not to adopt any new decisions in the cases examined, the committee has nevertheless expressed to the delegation its concerns about all the former Tunisian members of parliament. The committee hopes that the Tunisian authorities will welcome it as part of a future mission to find lasting solutions to all the Tunisian cases under examination.
I don't see any reservations. We adopt.
There's no decision.
Sorry?
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Hold on, Chair.
There's no decision, just to adopt.
Okay, so we take note. Governing Council, there is no decision to be taken here, but we take note.
Yes, Madam President.
We note.
Madam President, we move to Turkey. We had a very fruitful exchange in Geneva with the Turkish delegation. We are at a critical time. The Turkish Constitutional Court will soon decide on the fate of the pro-Kurdish HDP party. We trust that when it adopts its ruling, the court will make the distinction between the HDP and the PKK, which is an armed guerrilla movement that numerous countries have listed as a terrorist organization. Although the HDP and the PKK rely largely on the same support base and pursue similar objectives, the HDP is a legal political party that does not in any way advocate violence to achieve its goals. In this regard, the committee remains concerned that 10 current and former parliamentarians continue to languish in prison on charges that we find hard to understand. On a more positive note, we understand that there have been some positive legislative reforms in the area of freedom of expression in Turkey. Although we believe that more needs to be done, we would gladly learn more about the current legal framework and about any other steps are planned to bolster free speech. We invite you to adopt the draft decision on pages 46 and 49 of the English and French versions, respectively.
Okay. Is that okay? Okay. The delegation of Turkey would like to take the floor, and members, when the delegation takes the floor, let me explain what they are going to say. If they have reservations, we will note that as reservations, but we'll still need to take a decision. Turkey, you have the floor.
Sayın Başkan.
Madam President, honorable parliamentarians, I take the floor regarding the report of the Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians submitted to the Governing Council. I would like to put on record that we dissent from the entire section of the report regarding Turkey. If the report is to be adopted, we would like to keep our reservation and have our objection be incorporated in the report. We are going to also submit you the relevant information to be submitted to you later on in the written format. Thank you very much, respectively.
I'm sorry, I had to listen to what they had said because I couldn't get my interpretation timely. So, Turkey, we will note your reservations, but that said, the Governing Council is invited to adopt the recommendation given by the committee. Do we adopt? Thank you very much. Chair.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to Venezuela. The committee has been following the situation of more than 100 former parliamentarians in Venezuela for several years. We welcome our recent exchanges with the members of the National Assembly elected in 2020 and hope to continue these discussions with all relevant stakeholders in the country to resolve these cases. We are deeply concerned by the 15-year ban from holding public office imposed on Ms. Marina Corina Machado. We believe that recent events should be seen as a continuation of actions by state institutions to restrict Ms. Machado's political rights, which began when she was a prominent opposition member of parliament. With regard to the collective case, the committee reiterates its long-standing position that the issues involved in the present case are part of the wider complex situation in Venezuela. We reiterate the IPU's willingness to support all efforts to strengthen democracy in Venezuela. We invite the Venezuelan authorities to provide further information on how the IPU can best assist and to respond to our requests for information on the specific issues relating to the individual situations. We invite you to adopt the draft decisions on pages 51 and 54 and 55 and 58 of the English and French versions, respectively.
I don't see any reservations, so we adopt. Thank you very much.
Madam Speaker, our final case today relates to Zimbabwe. The committee is concerned by the escalating number of cases in Zimbabwe. The committee received a new complaint from 18 members of parliament from the opposition CCC party, claiming that their mandates were revoked in an arbitrary manner. Some of you may recall from my report in the Luanda Assembly that 23 members of parliament from the CCC had their seats revoked days after the start of their new term. The new recall brings the total number of CCC members of parliament who had lost their seats to 41. According to the complaint, the speakers of parliament had once again acted on a fraudulent letter from an imposter claiming to act as the Secretary General of the CCC, while ignoring all communications coming from the members of parliament concerned. In addition, the committee was shocked to learn that none of these members of parliament were allowed to take part in by-elections in constituencies where they were elected only months ago. The committee deplores that the authorities did not see it fit to implement the decision adopted by this council in Luanda to review the revocation procedure that had led to the initial complaint. While we appreciate that this procedure is contained in the Constitution of Zimbabwe, it is our view that constitutional norms should safeguard the rights of members of parliament and not impede them. We firmly believe that these opposition parliamentarians should never have lost their seats, and we renew our call on the authorities to consider modifying this procedure to ensure that all members of parliament can carry out their mandate freely. We invite you to adopt the draft decision on pages 59 and 63 of the English and French versions, respectively.
I don't, sorry?
Zimbabwe.
Okay. Okay, Zimbabwe would like to take the floor. Mr. Speaker Mdenda, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I acknowledge the report by the committee with some reservations. First of all, it must be noted that our parliament is constituted in conformity with the laws of a sovereign state, whose population it represents and whose territory it functions. This is in terms of Article 3 of the statutes, of the IPU statutes. I was requested by the committee to submit a detailed report on the matter, which I did very faithfully, including appending the court cases that the complainants have brought to this committee and the adjudication of the courts against them in terms of a constitutional provision, Section 129(1)(k) of the Constitution of Zimbabwe, which clearly states that it is not the responsibility of the presiding officer in the National Assembly or in the Senate to investigate the political confusion in an opposition party. The Constitution is very clear. You simply read what you have received. The leader of the party, CCC, claims that he wrote to Parliament indicating that the only correspondence that must be entertained must come from him. His letter was written about a month before the incident, and yet the so-called imposter, the Secretary General, submitted his letter 5 days earlier than the letter of the leader of the CCC party. In this case, we have indicated that if this so-called impositor is not a member of the opposition party, it is up to that party to call for a Congress and validate its leadership. That has not been done. Furthermore, they have not approached the court to validate or invalidate whether the man who wrote to Parliament is indeed an impostor. Up to the time Nelson Chamisa, the leader of the CCC, resigned from that party, and up to now, nobody has gone to court, neither has that party validated itself in terms of its leadership structure. Furthermore, Madam President, there was a motion by a member of Parliament asking for a review of Section 129(1)(k) of the Constitution. Neither the ruling party members of Parliament nor the opposition members of Parliament indicated that they would debate that review. And up to now, that review has not been done. It is not up to Parliament to review that section of the Constitution. It is therefore, I think, frivolous and vexatious for the committee to continue to entertain one side of the story, when in fact I had given the committee a detailed report and including case law. Madam President, as to the so-called violent treatment of the members, I want to submit to you, Madam President, that when the chaos arose in the House, I was patient for 2 hours and 15 minutes, trying to call for order, and the concerned members of the opposition never listened. I could not go further than 2 hours, 15 minutes, stopping the processes of Parliament. And hence we invited, in terms of our standing orders and rules, the assistance of the police to take these members who were very rowdy out of the House so that Parliament could proceed with this work. And also the harsh treatment, including what they purport to say they were wounded and so on. There is no medical report to state to that effect that anyone was violently violated in that incident. Furthermore, Madam President, we...
1 minute, please.
Yes, we advise and inform this august assembly, the council, that in fact the constitution that we are using now was adopted by all political parties, including the then Prime Minister of Zimbabwe, Tsvangirai, who was the leader of the opposition. And he was the first one to make recalls of 28 members of Parliament. And this committee never queried that up to now. And I wonder why. Madam President, we are prepared to receive this committee in Zimbabwe, but they must be very clear on their intentions. What is it that they want to find out from Zimbabwe?
Thank you.
And they will remain ready to receive them. Otherwise, as far as Parliament is concerned, we have acted in terms of the Constitution of Zimbabwe.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, like I said in the beginning, we will note the reservations raised by Zimbabwe in this report. But now I have to ask you, the Governing Council, do we adopt the recommendations given by the committee in respect of these cases in Zimbabwe? Adopted.
Thank you, Madam President, and dear colleagues from around the world. As you know, the cases I've referred to here are only some of the numerous cases before our committee. Our interest is to protect the human rights of parliamentarians. In view of the record of growing number of cases, we can see that being a parliamentarian can be truly dangerous. Unfortunately, this trend is apparent in all the regions of the world. We count on your support to help our colleagues who are under threat. To end on a positive note, I would like to inform the House that the Governing Council that we did not formally consider the case of Senegal, but it is in the public knowledge that the case that was presented to us of Osman Sonko, that were dealt with as a committee for a long time, was recently released from prison. And I also take this opportunity to thank Senegal and congratulate Senegal for successful elections. Thank you all, and God bless you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, our very able chair, or president, rather, of the Committee of the Human Rights of Parliamentarians for the good work, but the entire committee, including the membership. We thank you so much. And also, let me draw your attention, dear colleagues, that since we have adopted every decision, it means now the report of our Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians have been duly adopted. So thank you so much. And we have noted the reservations raised by Turkey and also Zimbabwe. That said, I had a chance to visit the committee when it was working, and so we will be working harder to make sure some of the cases that have already been handled in the respective countries and they have followed every procedure, meaning the constitution, but also the laws of a particular country, the committee will be assisted in any way that they would wish, so that those cases are reported to us as closed, and then the laws of a particular country can continue to take charge. Now we will continue with our item 13, informed. So we now go to B, that was A, Forum of Women Parliamentarians, and this will be presented by Ms. Elimi Haduche from Algeria, who is serving as first Vice President of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians to report to us what they have been doing. Madam Vice President, you have the floor.
بعد بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيدة توليا أكسن رئيسة الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي.
In the name of God, Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished colleagues, may the peace of God be with all of you. It is a pleasure for me to present the report of the last meeting of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians, which I had the honor of presiding over. We had 262 participants, 141 parliamentarians, 129 women parliamentarians, and 12 men. And in the course of this, we considered a draft resolution on the social and humanitarian impact of LAWS. These are weapons that can kill people without any human intervention, based exclusively on algorithms which underpin artificial intelligence systems, and they are a considerable threat. And we have urged that actions be taken in order to find ways of ensuring that there's a need to keep a humanitarian approach to these. And we also need to ensure that women are involved in decision-making with respect to these weapons systems. Women make up only 8% of software developers, and this particularly in developed countries. The greatest challenge we face, thus, is that we need to ensure that a number of solutions be adopted. We need to find ways of encouraging girls and young women to consider careers in the area of AI. And I'm pleased to report that the proposals made by the Forum on the draft decision that was considered were taken on board in the decision that was agreed by the Standing Committee on Peace. And we hope that the decision by that Standing Committee will be adopted. We also considered the situation with respect to peace and the conflicts that do require women's involvement in peace processes. There are women throughout the world who are working for peace building, and we do need to ensure that women can help with the peace building and not just be victims. We do feel it is important that women be involved in efforts being made to preserve peace and ensure respect for human rights and bring an end to conflict. We also need for them to be involved in justice and compensation to victims. There is an absolute need for women's involvement in post-conflict discussions. We also had a discussion on discrimination. I was very pleased that a number of men contributed to our discussions and are doing more and more to ensure that women have a more significant role to play with respect to decision-taking in their countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elimi Haduche, for the presentation of this report. Dear colleagues, I have also been informed that there were vacancies to be filled in the Bureau, and a new member for the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians is Ms. Mashaba from Eswatini. And this is replacing Ms. Bujela, who is no longer a parliamentarian until March 2025. And the second vacancy was supposed to be filled by the Arab group. I'm informed that it will be filled in during the next sitting of the Bureau. Do we approve the report by the Forum of Women Parliamentarians? Thank you very much. That said, thank you so much, our Vice President, for steering the wheel during this time, and thank you for the robust, very informative report. So we have approved that, and now I would welcome our President for the Forum of Young Parliamentarians, and that's Mr. Dan Carden from the United Kingdom. Dan Carden, you have the floor.
Good morning, colleagues, Madam President, Mr. Secretary General. The Forum of Young Parliamentarians met on the 24th of March with 70 MPs from 60 countries in attendance, with 41% of MPs among us women. This was one of our largest forum meetings yet. Madam President and Mr. Secretary-General, thank you both for being in attendance and for talking with us and for your support. I'm very pleased that we were also joined by Dr. Philippe Paulier, the first ever United Nations Assistant Secretary-General on Youth Affairs. He was warmly welcomed, and we look forward to working hand in hand with him to enhance youth participation and empowerment. Colleagues, as you know, our forum monitors what is happening in parliaments around the world to support young people in politics and in parliaments. There is some good news. There is a new youth caucus established in Thailand. A youth quota was adopted in Ecuador and in Mexico, in Nigeria and Paraguay. And in Turkey took steps to lower ages of eligibility to run for office. But it is with sadness that I have to report the assassination of young MPs and horrific threats of violence by drug cartels in Latin America. Despicable acts of gender-based violence against young women are widely reported on social media. Such violence undermines youth participation, and it puts off the youngest generations getting involved in politics at all. There can be no healthy democracies on these grounds. Colleagues, in line with the theme of the general debate of this Assembly, we discussed parliamentary diplomacy for peace from a youth perspective, noting that young MPs are ready to input, to share their experiences and have their say, so that there can be no lasting peace without youth participation and leadership in peace efforts and accords. I'm pleased to inform you that the Forum appointed the member of the board for young parliamentarians and Speaker of the Parliament of Tonga, Lord Whakawhenua, to provide a youth overview report to the resolution on AI, which will be discussed at the next Assembly. And we look forward to meeting as young MPs again at the 10th IPU Global Conference of Young Parliamentarians, which will take place from the 12th to the 14th of September in Yerevan. May I give a big thank you to the Parliament of Armenia for hosting us. We agreed to focus the conference on preserving education and employment for youth at all times to ensure that there are no lost generations. This topic is all too timely, given the multitude of crises around the world. Until then, we will continue promoting youth voices, rights and freedoms to participation and in leadership, and to bring those fresh perspectives that are so much needed for a modernised parliamentary diplomacy for sustainable peace. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much, Mr. President of the Board of the Forum of Young Parliamentarians, for that report. And I don't see any hands, so I'm going to request the Governing Council to approve the report. Do we approve? It is duly approved. Thank you so much, Mr. Carden. Now we go to the Committee on the Middle East questions, and now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Talsma from the Netherlands, who is the newly elected President of the Committee on the Middle East questions, to report on the committee meeting. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Secretary General, honorable members of the IPU. It is with a profound sense of responsibility and urgency that I address this esteemed Assembly today to share the results of the meeting of the Committee on Middle East Questions, as the President told you already, its newly elected President. Since the 147th Assembly in Luanda which occurred mere weeks ago after the October 7 attacks of Hamas on Israel, our committee has convened 3 meetings. Each meeting was attended by at least 7 of the committee's members, demonstrating the committee's commitment to parliamentary diplomacy to respond to the political crisis involving Israel, Palestinians, the broader region, and increasingly the international community, including the United Nations. The committee's agenda and deliberations are driven by its overarching goal of working towards a durable peace between Israel and Palestine. The recent events in Gaza have resulted in a severe humanitarian crisis, with more than half of all housing units destroyed or damaged, and the threat of famine for the entire population. The committee's mandate has acquired a new urgency. The committee gives spaces to voices on different sides of the conflict. It listened to the pleas for aid from Mr. Hadid from Palestine, who highlighted that over 2 million Palestinians were being deprived of their most basic needs. It also engaged with Mr. Danon from Israel, who stressed the importance for Israel of guaranteeing its security, the release of hostages, and the position of Israel in the region. Despite the situation that is, to put it mildly, very tense in the region, the committee remains committed to dialogue. Both Israeli and Palestinian members stated that they would welcome a visit from the committee members to the region. Committee members view this mission as an opportunity to have their work informed by on-the-ground realities and meetings with different stakeholders. In 2 of the meetings since our assembly in Luanda, the committee received updates from a representative of UNRWA regarding recent developments in Gaza and the West Bank. It discussed the pausing of or withdrawal of funding to UNRWA of some states in light of allegations against some of the staff for having participated in the 7 October attacks or being affiliated with Hamas. The committee emphasized the necessity of UNRWA's continued delivery of critical aid to millions of Palestinians. The collapse of UNRWA would jeopardize the entire humanitarian effort, and securing its existence through adequate funding, but also its access to Gaza, especially the north, was of critical importance to alleviating the suffering of millions. At the meeting of March 26, during this assembly, the importance of addressing the collective and individual trauma being experienced by the whole population of Gaza and disproportionately by children and other vulnerable groups was discussed, with members warning that violence only perpetuated further violence. During the meeting, members further expressed their regret at the inability of IPU member parliaments to adopt an emergency item resolution on Gaza for the 2nd time, even though the overwhelming majority of the member parliaments had found consensus on the need for an immediate ceasefire, the release of all hostages, the opening of access for humanitarian assistance, and the obligation to respect international law. Despite the sensitivity, complexity, and tragedy of the current situation in Israel and Gaza, the committee remains committed to its work and will continue to explore avenues to harness parliamentary dialogue to alleviate the humanitarian crisis in the Gaza Strip and elsewhere, and work to find political common ground to end hostilities and have a path for peace. Madam President, I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Talsma, for the presentation. I would I'm trying to see if there are questions before I request you to adopt the report. Do you have any questions? Okay, there are none. So, do I take it that we adopt the report? Sorry? A question from Iraq?
Iraq, yes. Iraq.
Okay, there is a question, and I will give him the floor, but because we had already banked, a decision has already been made, but definitely, Iraq, you have the floor. Iraq, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. أنا في الحقيقة أريد أن أعيد ما طرحته في البارحة أيضا.
Madam President, I would like to come back to the point I made yesterday. Under international law and United Nations resolutions, we have to recognize that Israel as an aggressor state that is imposing apartheid. This is not a situation that began on the 7th of October. We have decades of genocide, occupation, and murder, as well as infrastructure destruction, including hospitals. Jews throughout the world are opposed to these murders that make no contribution to humanity or the Jewish community as a whole. I would once again say that we cannot consider acts of resistance to be acts of aggression when they are the result of the acts of one state. This is not a war between Israel and Hamas. It is the war of all Palestinians, and it is a cause that all free people would support. This is in the interest of bringing an end to occupation. South Africa has defended this cause very strongly. It has nothing to do with any ties of an ethnic or religious nature between South Africa and Palestine. It's more a matter of South Africa recognizing moral and civic duties, which took them to the ICJ. And we know that a majority of parliamentarians and parliaments support that cause. There is a need to bring an end to this occupation. There are only one or two cases of occupation of this nature, and this is against humanity and must be brought to an end. We should not criticize those who resist occupation. We should rather make our criticisms of the usurping racist apartheid state. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, like I said, a decision had already been taken, but still I'll give a chance to our chairperson to give his reflection on the question, on the issue raised by our colleague from Iraq. Mr. Talsma, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I take due note of what the representative from Iraq has said. The Committee on Middle East Questions is fully aware of the historic backgrounds of this conflict and takes this into consideration, and so does one of the members of our committee, who is also one of the delegates from Iraq, and I mention her especially because she was one of the members in the committee who played a very constructive role, for which I praise her here loud and clear. And I can assure the delegate from Iraq that the committee will continue its work in the spirit in which the historic backgrounds of the conflicts and the current situation are taken into account. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Talsma, for that presentation, but also let me thank the entire committee for the good work that you have been doing. And we believe the views that are raised by members may be with you bilaterally. will also be taken on board. But members of the Governing Council, please, we take note of the good work that is being done by this committee, but the fact that they are also very committed to ensuring they visit Palestine and Israel at some point in the course of this year as well. And IPU Secretariat will be more than ready to support you in any way, and I will personally assist in any area that you think I'll be able to assist. So thank you so much for the good work. Dear colleagues, the Council is also, the Governing Council is also called upon to elect 3 members, 2 women and 1 man, to this Committee on the Middle East Questions. I would like to also specify that although the composition of this committee should reflect the various geopolitical groups within IPU, but the election is actually done on the basis of the merit of these people who are actually applying for these positions. And so we will be doing the election now. And since I have already told you we need 1 man and 2 women, we have received the applicants. So the candidature, we have we have 2. We will begin with first filling the vacancy of a man, and we have 2 candidates. One is from Nigeria, which is Mr. Benjamin Okezie Kalu, who is the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives of Nigeria, and Mr. D. Nicolai, who is the Senator from France. Let me draw your attention to the current members of this committee. We have Botswana, we have Egypt, we have Indonesia, we have Iraq, we have Israel, we have Palestine, we have Netherlands, we have Switzerland, we have Turkey, we have Uruguay, and Zambia. And so our 2 candidates, one from France and another from Nigeria, and how are we going to do it is we will vote by a show of hand. So the assistants are all over the place. The Secretariat is divided according to the quorums in the room, so they will be counting the votes by show of hands. And that said, those who will be voting, it has to be 3 people, and that delegation must be gender balanced for it to have for them to have 3 votes, they need to be a gender-balanced delegation. And so also the voters are those who are holding the badges with a dark blue color. So you will raise it until when you are counted, then we will have the results up here. So those who would like to support the candidate from Nigeria, please raise your badge and hold it higher, and then the Secretariat will count. And those who are in support for Nigeria, please raise your We are voting for men first, and we begin with Nigeria. Those who are in support of Nigeria, please raise your flag or your placard up, and the Secretariat is counting. It's counting this side. There's nobody?
Who is counting?
Who is counting on my right?
Oh, no, oh, there's a party there. Party's up there.
No, she's
upstairs, but she's counting in dark. She's in dark.
Oh, okay. But Paddy's talking to them. How long will it take? We're done? No, these ones, have they counted them? It's counted? Okay. They are still raising up. So.
Have they counted?
Okay. I need a show of hand of the Secretariat if you're done counting. Are we done counting? Lesotho is raising, I'm not sure they have been reached there. They don't, has anybody counted them? Lesotho and Malawi, they're still raising it. Have you counted them? Okay. Please show me your hands, Secretariat, if we are done. Finland? Finland counted? No? Okay. You rose it, so I wasn't sure what you're raising for. Okay. We are all done? Thank you. Now, the delegates who are in support of the candidate from France, please raise your placards. They will all be counted. Sorry? Who else is counting too? Who is counting on my right hand? Is Tom part of the counting? No? Who is counting? Okay, I see all the cards are down.
I'll just wait for Sally Ann's thumbs up and then
Are we done counting? I need a show of hands. Okay, looks like we okay. Okay, I'm informed this is done, so we move to women. Initially, there were 4 candidates, but reliably informed, we now have Jordan and the United Arab Emirates.
No, you still need to give her the floor. You still need to.
Okay, I'm being informed here, Armenia was one of the candidates and would like to be given the floor to withdraw. Armenia? 1 minute.
Thank you. As we have candidacies from right in the region countries like Jordan and Arab Emirates, I would like to withdraw my candidacy and give my support to Emirates, Madam Sarah.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I'm also informed the 4th candidate, Neema Rugangira, has withdrawn. So we have two candidates and we needed 2 to fill the posts, the vacancies. So now Ms. Al-Jahoub, who is a senator from Jordan, joins this committee, but also Ms. Falaknaz, member of the Federal National Council of the United Arab Emirates, will join this committee. So we will announce the results once they're here for the 2 male candidates, which one of them will be joining the committee.
Maybe we can move on to the other item, the other reports. We can move to, yes, but the results will come later on.
Okay.
In the interest of time.
So in the interest of time, when the Secretariat is compiling the results, they'll bring them to me and I will announce them. And right now, let's move to our fifth item on 13. So, committee to promote respect for international humanitarian law. And I would welcome the president of the committee, who is Australia, Senator Deborah O'Neill, to come present the report. Madam Senator, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And I speak to you today in place of the actual president of this committee, Mr. John Kiari from Kenya, who is unwell and was unable to chair the meeting on this occasion. And I'm sure on behalf of you all, we wish him a speedy recovery. Dear colleagues, the Committee to Promote Respect for International Humanitarian Law met on Tuesday in Geneva. You will find our report in your set of documents, so I will just focus on a few important points. In view of our mandate, we spent some time discussing the humanitarian crisis in some key areas, focusing in particular on the plight of refugees and internally displaced persons. Our attention was placed on 3 situations. In Afghanistan, life-saving efforts have become a priority for support agencies. Colleagues, in 2024, 23.7 million people were in need of urgent humanitarian assistance to survive. And as of the 30th of June 2023, a total of 1,600,000 Afghan refugees had been displaced to neighbouring countries, and some 3.25 million had been internally displaced. The situation of women has not improved. In particular, given the decision by the Taliban in January 2024 to enforce a stricter dress code, which has caused numerous women to be arbitrarily deprived of their liberty. Colleagues, we paid particular attention to the plight of our 50 Afghan parliamentarian colleagues and staff who are currently in danger and are seeking refuge. The committee would like to invite all of us, every nation here, to consider what we can do in support. You will find information in our report and a special initiative that will be taken in that regard, including information on Operation Snow Leopard, which I invite you to look into. We also discussed the situation of the Democratic Republic of Congo. The situation in the DRC has worsened since January 2024. There are currently 6.1 million people internally displaced in the DRC, in addition to over 500,000 refugees and asylum seekers. This displacement crisis is one of the largest in the world and second only to Sudan. 23.4 million people are experiencing acute food insecurity in the country, with 2.8 million children. 2.8 million children in a situation of acute malnourishment. We call on all parliamentarians to raise awareness of the situation in the DRC, in your home countries, to draw attention to the plight of the IDPs, and consider encouraging the provision of support to humanitarian organisations working to protect these populations within the country. The situation is also extremely dire in Sudan, since the armed conflict has broken out in April 2023. This conflict has displaced nearly 6 million people within Sudan by October 2023 and driven over 1.4 million people into neighbouring countries. Half of Sudan's population now requires humanitarian aid and protection. Sudan currently faces the largest internal displacement crisis in the world and the most significant child displacement crisis, with more than 3 million children displaced inside and outside the country. 3 million. This is a major humanitarian situation, which is absolutely not given sufficient visibility nor support. As of March 2024, Sudan's humanitarian response plan has received only 4% of its target funding. We need to do more, and we call on all of us to discuss this in our parliaments to raise awareness about this unfolding humanitarian disaster. We can learn and see how we can assist. Colleagues, I speak to you on behalf of those 3 million children. Our committee also turned its attention to several key international humanitarian law, human rights and international legal frameworks which need to be more strongly implemented. This year is a year of anniversaries. It is, in fact, the 75th anniversary of the Geneva Convention, the 70th anniversary of the 1954 Convention on Statelessness, and the 25th anniversary of the Anti-Personnel Mine Ban Convention. These instruments are key instruments that require attention. They require universalisation, and they require strong enforcement. For all of these reasons, we invite you to look into your country's party status and see if you are not part of some of these critical instruments. Please, I endorse the committee's findings and I encourage you wholeheartedly, open a discussion in your parliaments, find out why your situation is the way it is, engage and possibly move towards accession if that is not currently your practice. The committee wants to see universalisation efforts stepped up. We also invite you to review the national legal frameworks that are in place and see if they need to be revised or strengthened for enhanced implementation. Finally, dear colleagues, we invite you to use your power, your great power, as opinion leaders to highlight the negative implications of non-respect of these critical IHL instruments. We urge you to speak out against anti-personnel mines. We ask you to speak out against statelessness. We ask you to speak out for strict adherence to international humanitarian law. I thank you, colleagues.
Thank you so much, Senator O'Neill. Colleagues, do I take that we approve the report by our committee? Thank you so much. Approved. Thank you so much, Madam President of the committee and all the members for this committee for this report, which enlightens us on what you have been able to do. Before we proceed, we have also vacancies in this committee, and we were supposed to elect 3 members, 2 from the Eurasia group and 1 from the Asia Pacific group for the vacancies on the committee, as I have just said. And we have received the candidatures of Ms. Hakobian from Armenia, representing the Eurasia group, and Mr. Subsang from Thailand, representing the Asia Pacific group. So 1 vacancy remains open to be filled by the Eurasia group. And so in the meantime, because we have those 2 candidates and they all fit within, it's only them actually, there are no others. So do I take it that the Governing Council wishes to elect Ms. Hakobian from Armenia and Mr. Swebsang from Thailand to be members of this committee? It is so decided. Thank you. Now I will go back before we go to F. I'll go back to the results that I said I will announce to you. I had already mentioned, and you had approved, dear colleagues, Ms. Ajagub from Jordan, and also Ms. Falaknaz from United Arab Emirates for females. Now for males, we were waiting for the results, and here are the results. Delegates who have voted for Nigeria by show of badges is 36 votes. And delegates who have voted for France by show of hands is 62 votes. So the results are that France is elected to join this committee. Now, so we now have Mr. D. Nicolai as a member of the committee on the side of male, and the General Council has so decided by the clap of hands which you have just done. It is so decided. So we now move to F, and we will hear a report from the Gender Partnership Committee. And I would like to now invite the chair of the Gender Partnership Committee, which is Ms. Nelly Muti from Zambia, the Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia, to present the report of the group. Madam Muti, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. On behalf of the chair, Dr. Ali, I'm pleased to report on the work of the Gender Partnership Group. Here in Geneva, we had a very fruitful meeting with my 3 colleagues, the group's chairperson, Dr. Ali, Ms. Mikhailova, and Mr. Almodoba. The group saw yet again strong participation of women at this assembly, with a total of 36.3% women delegates. This is good, but not good enough. We had reached close to 39% in Madrid and in Nusa Dua. We note, however, that we have reached a record here in Geneva with the highest number ever reached of women MPs attending an in-person assembly. So we know it is possible, but we can do better. And we must continue to progress in this regard. Colleagues, despite our group's efforts, there are still 14 delegations of 2 or more members composed of only men in Geneva, and 2 delegations composed of only women. This is higher compared to our last assembly in Luanda, when 10 multi-member delegations were all made of male and 3 were all female. But our objective is to get to 0 delegations that are not mixed, and ultimately achieve a gender parity at IPU. Here again, let us praise those delegations that have at least 40% women or men. Among the 145 delegations present, 44 are within 40-60 gender balance ratio. You will find the list of gender balanced delegations on the screen in your document. They all deserve a round of applause. Delegates, they deserve a round of applause. Can we? Thank you very much. I hope this will encourage others to follow suit. The list corresponds to information your delegations have provided to the Secretariat as of last night. Of course, should you find that your delegation should be on the list, but we omitted it, we will correct our records. Please inform the Secretariat accordingly. Colleagues, let us not forget that equality is not only about numbers. Our group was extremely proud to see the new IPU policy against harassment, including sexual harassment, at assemblies and other IPU meetings started to be implemented here in Geneva. You also have seen the various visuals and noted the mechanisms put in place. This is a start, and we look forward to further initiatives to secure a safe and respectful environment for all. The group also continued this dialogue with delegations of parliaments that have fewer women members. Here in Geneva, we held a very constructive dialogue with the delegation of Sri Lanka. We were inspired by the will and competitiveness of the very few women elected to parliament. The delegation highlighted the persisting challenges that women face, such as current electoral system, gender stereotypes, and lack of resources for campaigning. Sri Lanka has gender quotas at local level, but none at the national one. We understand that several initiatives, including by the Caucus of Women Parliamentarians, aim at pursuing for a 30% quota for national elections. In view of the elections scheduled to take place in 2026, we hope that there will be more space for a strengthened participation of women. The group stands ready to support the parliamentaries' efforts to empower women MPs, build political will, and support public support to women political participation. Thank you very much, and may God bless.
Thank you very much, Madam Muti, the Speaker of Zambia and representative of the Chair of the Gender Partnership Group. And I don't see any hands for questions, so I take it that the Governing Council has approved the report of the Gender Partnership Group. It is so decided. Thank you so much. And dear colleagues, I wish to inform you that Ms. Mikhailova from Azerbaijan and Mr. Almodovar from Spain were designated from the Executive Committee to serve on the Gender Partnership Group. Do I take it that the Governing Council approves this decision that was made by the Executive Committee to include our two colleagues on the Gender Partnership Group? Thank you so much. Approved. So we now go to, we will be listening to the Advisory Group on Health, and I would like now to invite Ms. Clifford Lee from Ireland, who is the President of the Advisory Group on Health, to present the report of her group. You have the floor, Madam.
Thank you, Madam President, and Mr. General Secretary, colleagues, Madam President, I am pleased to present the report from the Advisory Group on Health. The IPU Advisory Group on Health met on the 23rd of March 2024 with 5 out of the 9 members in attendance, as well as the technical partners from the WHO, the Partnership for Maternal, Newborn and Child Health, the Global Fund to Fight AIDS, Tuberculosis and Malaria, and UN AIDS. We discussed the group's main area of work, namely women's, children's, adolescents' health, global health security, and universal health coverage. The work plan for this year focuses on sexual and reproductive health and rights for vulnerable and marginalised populations. In particular, attention will be devoted to the political space for health, girls' health, and health emergencies. We were briefed by the WHO on ongoing negotiations on international instrument on pandemic preparedness. Our discussion highlighted the importance of reaching an agreement and engaging stakeholders in the process. We further noted that the current challenging context, with many crises affecting national health systems and limiting countries' capacities to respond to emergencies. The group discussed the preliminary results of a study looking at parliamentary strategies and practices to make parliaments more responsive to health needs for women, children and adolescents. We discussed our visit to the WHO on the 22nd of March and noted the shrinking political space for addressing sexual and reproductive health and rights. We therefore committed to engaging parliaments and parliamentarians during the IPU assemblies on key issues affecting gender equality and the right to health. As a focal point for accountability for implementation of the 2019 IPU resolution on universal health coverage, the advisory group called on its technical partners to provide monitoring tools to better track the progress and gaps in the implementation of universal health coverage at a national level. Our upcoming activities include a series of podcasts to communicate and raise awareness on our priority themes, and I look forward to sharing these with you in due course. We agreed to work with the WHO to hold an event during the World Health Assembly in May, and to hold a side event at the 149th IPU Assembly. Ms. Luna Morales, our esteemed member from Cuba, expressed an interest in hosting a visit of the IPU Advisory Group to her country. Finally, we welcome the signature of the IPU by the IPU of a new memorandum of understanding with the WHO during the Assembly to further strengthen the two organisations' long-standing partnership, as well as the IPU's ongoing collaboration with PMNCH on women, children and adolescents' health. And therefore, colleagues, I ask that you adopt this report. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam President, for that report. We really appreciate the good work that you're doing. There being no delegation requiring to ask questions, I take it that the Governing Council has approved this report. Thank you very much. That's very helpful. We now move to the group of facilitators for Cyprus, and we will be listening from Mr. Wehley from Switzerland, who is going to present the report on the group of facilitators for Cyprus. Mr. Wehley, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, the group of facilitators for Cyprus met on March 23, 2024. The representatives of the Republic of Cyprus and of the Turkish Cypriot also represented it. The parties reaffirmed their commitment to finding a solution to the Cyprus problem on the basis of bizonal bicommunal federation, according to the relevant UN Security Council resolutions and the EU values and principles. Parties expressed the hope that the recently appointed personal envoy of the UN Secretary-General on Cyprus will contribute towards breaking the present stalemate and the resumption of negotiations with a view to reaching a sustainable solution as soon as possible to the benefit of present and future generations. The parties underscored the need for confidence-building measures, as well as the importance of including women in peace-building talks. The party also exchanged views on better ways to promote joint endeavors in addressing climate-related issues and in managing emergency situations. The IPU, for its part, reiterated its willingness to provide further assistance related to the much-needed confidence-building measures. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wehley, for that presentation, and the entire group that is working on this, on the issue of Cyprus. We really appreciate the good work. Let me also call upon our Governing Council to elect one facilitator for the group, and we have received the candidature of Mr. Ashakyan from Armenia. May I take it that we all agree to elect this candidate? It is so decided. Thank you very much. Okay. I would like to congratulate our colleague for being entrusted this very noble cause. So we now go to the high-level advisory group on countering terrorism and violent extremism. And here we will be listening to Mr. Carlson from Sweden, who is the chair of the high-level advisory group on countering terrorism and violent extremism, to present his report. Thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Dear fellow parliamentarians, what violence may create is fragile and short. It dies like a storm in the desert. What is right is eternal. It cannot be killed. It lives even as a trampled lily. Those are the words of a Swedish 19th century poet, Isias Tegnér, from his poem, The Eternal. Terrorism is a certain form of sinister violence. It often deliberately targets the most innocent and the most defenseless among us. For me personally, my determination to fight terrorism was born in 2017, when an ISIS terrorist massacred several of my countrymen just a few hundred yards from the Swedish parliament where I work. Among the fallen this day was an 11-year-old girl called Ebba, who went out to buy ice cream that day and never came back home to her parents. I have made a personal promise to Ebba's father to try my best to make at least a small difference in the battle against terror as long as I serve my people in the field of politics. It is therefore with a shared sense of duty and gratitude that I stand before you today as a newly elected chairman of the HLAG, the High-Level Advisory Group on Countering Terrorism and Violent Extremism. As Vice Chair, HLAG elected a highly competent Ms. Marcela Guerra Castillo, and we are both very grateful for this opportunity and the trust placed in us by the group, and we are committed to continuing implementing the working plan of the group. Madam President, following the second Global Parliamentary Summit on Countering Terrorism and Violent Extremism, parliamentarians agreed on a list of outcomes for the HLAG to implement in the Sahel region, where terrorism and in recent years, the escalation of violence and instability has worsened. The Secretary General emphasized the importance of the HLAG work on the call of the Sahel and urged members to collaborate on fundraising efforts to sustain its activities. The last HLAG meeting focused its discussions on the Sahel situation and the implementations of outcomes from the second Global Parliamentary Summit. The HLAG reaffirmed its commitment to advancing the objectives outlined in the Call of the Sahel, with a particular focus on fostering development and economic growth to create opportunities for youth employment. Members highlighted the importance of creating opportunities for young people to prevent them from joining terrorist groups, and some members also highlighted the importance of promoting investments to support the development efforts in the region. Some members also stressed the need for security assistance, while emphasizing respect, of course, for the sovereignty and objectives of the Sahel nations. A key recommendation from the second summit is the establishment of the ad hoc mechanism within the HLAG to coordinate, monitor, and follow up the second phase of the Call of the Sahel, and its focus on the 5 areas: development, security, environment, communities, and education. This mechanism will oversee studies, projects, and development initiatives in the Sahel countries. The members requested the Secretariat to present a comprehensive proposal outlining the structure and functioning of this group. Dear fellow parliamentarians, according to the original terms of reference for the HLAG group, one of the core missions of the group is to promote information about best practices and to proactively work for national implementation of IPU and UN resolutions in the field of counterterrorism. Before I leave this stage, I therefore want to urge you all to continuously work to make sure that your respective member states have implemented the core resolutions and strategies adopted by the UN and the IPU, and that you continuously keep yourself up to date with good practices and new legislation adopted by parliaments in other member states. A very good tool for this work is the IPU CTVE app with its interactive map that provides information on the counterterrorism committees of each parliament, access to the legal framework of each country, access to the international database on counterterrorism legislation, as well as the international agreements on the Sherlock database from UNOCD. Please download this tool, and please make sure that your country provide updated information to the app if they haven't done so. Let's help each other make the storm wind of terror fade away as soon as possible, so that all our children and grandchildren may play safely outside again and eat ice cream in the sun without the risk of being blown away. With that, I ask that you adopt this report. Thank you.
Membership of this group for the good work that you have been doing so far. Thank you so much. And I don't see any delegation wanting to take the floor, so I take it that we have approved the report. It is so decided. Thank you so much. Dear colleagues, the Council is called upon to elect 3 members for the vacancies on the high-level advisory group on counterterrorism and violent extremism for a 4-year term ending in March 2028. We have received the following candidatures. One is Mr. Mulembwe from Mozambique and representing the African group, but also Ms. Garvey from Ireland for the 12+ group. The Eurasia group will provide a name for the 3rd vacancy. And since the names that have been presented don't need any election because they are exact numbers, so we don't need to go through election. Do I take it that we approve the candidature of Mr. Mulembwe and Ms. Gavi to join this committee? Thank you very much. It is so decided by the Governing Council. That said, we now move to the working group on science and technology, and I would like to welcome the chair of this committee, Mr. Naughton from Ireland. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. As you know, the role of the Working Group on Science and Technology is to provide scientific and technological support to other committees within the IPU and to encourage scientists and scientific organisations to reach out to MPs. On behalf of the members of the Working Group, I'm pleased to report on our meetings held online on the 22nd of January last and here in Geneva on the 25th of March. During our 22nd of January meeting, we agreed to circulate the first draft of the IPU Charter on Ethics of Science and Technology, which is a framework of ethical principles that serves as a guide to guide decision-making, ensure that science and technology are used for the well-being of humanity and for environmental protection. You all have received the Charter in the update email that was circulated by the IPU Secretariat ahead of this Assembly. We now invite you to explore the document, to share your feedback with us so that we can officially adopt it during the 149th Assembly next October. We also signed off on the survey on understanding parliamentarians' use of scientific research, which we launched during the Assembly. We would urge the members of Parliament to scan the QR code and complete the short survey, which is here on the screen, because it will help us to understand the needs of parliamentarians and how best to support you in your daily work. Please share this with all of your colleagues in Parliament when you get home and encourage them to take the 7 minutes to complete it in either English, French, Spanish or Arabic. We also agreed to support the ongoing work programme of the Standing Committee on Democracy and Human Rights on Artificial Intelligence. Turning to our meeting of the 25th of March, in February I participated in a side event at the Munich Security Conference promoting the IPU Science for Peace schools and its aim to bridge the worlds of science and politics by initiating dialogue under the neutral umbrella of science. In this regard, we expressed at the Working Group the importance of aligning the programme of the parliamentary meeting on the occasion of the 10th World Water Forum in Bali in May with the outcome of the Science for Peace schools on water. The Working Group looks forward to engaging with the Indonesian MPs, the members of the Standing Committee on Sustainable Development and the broader parliamentary community in Bali building on this work. We also considered other methods, such as human security approach, which has been integrated into the work of the IPU since 2022 with the adoption of the resolution, rethinking and reframing the approach to peace processes with a view to fostering lasting peace during the 144th IPU Assembly in Indonesia. In line with the theme, on Monday, I participated on behalf of the Working Group in an event organised by the IPU Secretariat in the context of their work on peace and security, in partnership with the World Academy of Art and Science on the topic of human security. Not only does human security provide a sense of empowerment to fulfil the needs of our citizens, it also provides a bridge to assist us as parliamentarians building upon science and innovation to help deliver the aspirations of the people. And it is my hope that we, as the representatives of the people, can work together to help achieve this synergy in practice. And while on the topic of human security, I had the opportunity to discuss with Matthias Carlsson, the new chair of the High-Level Advisory Group on Countering Terrorism and Violent Extremism, how our working group can support the efforts that they are taking in addressing the plight of the Sahel. In my last meeting with the International Telecoms Union, they kindly offered to assist the working group with an online seminar for all MPs on demystifying neurotechnology. And we hope to engage with the IPU Advisory Group on Health, given this technology's potential in terms of healthcare. To assist parliamentarians in their engagement with science and academia, the working group has now approved a practical guide to support them, which will be circulated to all members following its translation. This is a living document, and we hope that parliaments that have not contributed to date will do so, and that MPs who have successfully engaged with experts will tell us about their experience. During this assembly, we also organised a field trip of the working group to the European Organisation for Nuclear Research, CERN. However, on the eve of the visit, CERN refused to welcome the Russian member of the working group, based on the CERN Council's resolution that it adopted on the 15th of December 2023, terminating the Russian Federation's cooperation agreement with CERN. We held an urgent meeting in that evening to discuss the issue and collectively agreed not to participate in the CERN visit as a group if the Russian member was excluded, as CERN's decision did not align with the IPU values and principles of inclusivity and fostering dialogue and cooperation among parliamentarians. We believe that science, as a pursuit aimed at understanding and progress, is most effective when it prioritises the interests of humanity above political conflicts and agendas. By promoting collaboration and inclusivity, science should remain a powerful force for the betterment of society and the world as a whole. I will end this report by thanking the IPU Secretariat for hosting the Assembly in Geneva and congratulate them on the amazing work that they have done after a 6-year gap since it was last held here at headquarters, and I commend this report to the Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Naughton, for this report. We really appreciate. And I don't see any delegation asking for the floor, so I take it that the Governing Council has approved the report. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and also the entire committee. You're doing a good job, and we really appreciate. And dear colleagues, the Council once again is called upon to elect 3 members for the vacancies on the Working Group on Science and Technology for a 4-year term ending March 2028. And we have received candidatures of Ms. Seymour from Bahamas, representing GRULAC, and also Ms. Zetterfeld from Sweden, representing 12+. Do we approve the inclusion of these 2 members to this working group? Thank you very much. It is so decided. I congratulate our colleagues for that endorsement. That said, we now move to item 14, which is talking about elections to the Executive Committee. And under item 14, the Governing Council is invited to elect 1 new member to the Executive Committee to replace Ms. Ida Kamonji Naserwa Sabangu of the Democratic Republic of Congo, who is no longer a parliamentarian. Now, for the announced vacancy, we have received from the African group the candidature of Ms. Ida Kitwa Godalena. We have received the CV, but also a letter to that effect. And when Ms. Godalena will replace Sabangu's mandate, it means they are going to continue for the term that was remaining for the other member to the Executive Committee. May I take it that the Governing Council would like to approve the membership of Ms. Godalena to the Executive Committee? Thank you very much. It is so decided. And having said that, I would like to congratulate our colleague, Ms. Godalena, for this election, and we wish her all the best, and we welcome her to the Executive Committee. We believe we will work together for the better of IPU. I would also like to take this opportunity, colleagues, to pay tribute to Ms. Kairich from Thailand, who is a former member of the Executive Committee, whose term ended during the 147th IPU Assembly in Luanda. Thank you so much. I don't know if she's in the house.
Just here.
Yeah, and so we will also hand the certificate to her, and as I'm doing that, please a hand of applause to her. She has done a very good job to IPU, and her dedication in that area is unquestionable. So we are going to handle her a certificate of appreciation so that she keeps remembering the good work that she has done. Dear colleagues, once again, the Executive Committee elected from its members the Vice Presidents of IPU as follows: Dr. Al-Nuaimi, representing the Arab Group, but also Mr. Karchi for the Africa Group, Ms. Sarangi for the Asia Pacific, Ms. Mikhailova for the Eurasia Group, and Ms. Beatrice Agimon for the GRULAC, but also Ms. Agerinopoulou for 12+ as my vice presidents. I don't see any hand for a contrary indication, so I take it that the Governing Council has approved the decision that was made by the Executive Committee to appoint these as my vice presidents. It is so decided. Thank you so much for that approval. Now we move to item 15, which is reports on the recent IPU specialized meetings. Dear colleagues, a number of the meetings that you have approved, that you had approved at previous sessions have now taken place as usual, and detailed information of these activities is available on our website, and should you wish to consult that, you can always visit our website. Nonetheless, we will hear the reports on several of these meetings through several short videos during this item. Let us start with the WHO IPU African Parliamentary High-Level Conference on Strengthening Health Security Preparedness, held from 8th to 10th November 2023 in Accra, Ghana. And I'm inviting Mr. Bagbin, the Speaker of the Parliament of Ghana, to present that report. Mr. Speaker Bagbin, you have the floor, and he's coming down to take the floor. Thank you so much.
Good morning to you all, and thank you so much, Madam President. We had the opportunity of hosting the high-level conference on strengthening health security preparedness in Ghana. I must express my gratitude to all of you for the honor done Ghana. We had a discussion at the Governing Council under item 13 of the agenda, and I have been asked to present the report of the recent Inter-Parliamentary Union specialized meeting on this subject. The first World Health Organization Inter-Parliamentary Union African Parliamentary High-Level Conference on Strengthening Health Security Preparedness took place on the 8th and 9th of November 2023 in Accra, Ghana. It brought together more than 200 participants from 20 countries, and it provided a platform for interparliamentary dialogue on the role of parliaments in building preparedness capacities for health emergencies and resilience of health systems in Africa. The conference enhanced political support for relevant global and regional strategies and processes at a crucial time when countries worldwide are negotiating the new global pandemic accord to strengthen pandemic prevention, as well as amendments to the international health regulations in response to the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. Participants at the conference recognized the challenges Africa faced in responding to the COVID-19 pandemic, notably in terms of inequitable access to pandemic control tools such as diagnostics, treatments, and vaccines. During the conference, we developed a vision for a strengthened regional health emergency preparedness and response policy. In terms of legislation, we reaffirmed our commitment to enact laws and policies that align with international health regulations and guidelines proposed by the World Health Organization, and to prepare legal frameworks for the domestication of the new pandemic accord. We further encouraged parliamentary health committees to move motions to increase financing for health security and to propose budget lines in the national budget dedicated to improving health infrastructure and training of health workers. Reaching out and encouraging population groups facing social, cultural, or economic barriers in accessing health services is fundamental for designing health security preparedness and response measures that adequately respond to their needs and rights. Trust building is also instrumental to address misconceptions and misinformation around disease outbreaks, preventive and response measures. Finally, it will be instrumental to continue sharing information, and we recommend that the World Health Organization and the Inter-Parliamentary Union to organize parliamentary dialogues and support efforts for building the capacities of our respective parliaments. This is the end of the report of the recent Inter-Parliamentary Union specialized meeting, which was held and summarized by the Governing Council. And I thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the presentation. We really appreciate all the good work that was done to make IPU more visible, more effective in all areas. Thank you. And also, we appreciate your readiness to have hosted this, this event. We will now have the report followed by a video on the parliamentary meeting at COP28 that took place on 6th December 2023 in Dubai, the United Arab Emirates. And I would now welcome Ms. Al-Suwaidi to present the short report, and then we will look at the video. You have the floor.
Thank you, President. My name is Mira Al-Suwaidi from the United Arab Emirates, and I was the rapporteur to the COP28 meeting. The global parliamentary community came together in Dubai, United Arab Emirates, on 6 December 2023 at the parliamentary meeting held on the occasion of the 28th session of the Conference of the Parties of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, commonly known as COP28. The meeting was jointly organized by the Inter-Parliamentary Union and the Federal National Council of the United Arab Emirates. It was the most well-attended parliamentary meeting at COP to date, bringing together over 400 participants from over 70 countries, including dozens of speakers of parliament, to identify inter-parliamentary solutions to the climate crisis. The high-level participation at this meeting is a sign of the deep commitment felt by the IPU member parliaments to address climate change and advance national implementation of the Paris Agreement. Also, for the first time ever, the parliamentary meeting at the COP was held inside the green zone, alongside the negotiations, and not on the sidelines of COP as usual. This sends a strong signal on the importance of parliaments in shaping global, collective action on climate change. This is a positive step forward, and we hope it sets a precedent for all future COP meetings. Parliamentarians and experts engaged in rich discussions on how to address key climate issues, including global progress on adaptation, climate financing, loss and damage, and the importance of parliamentary oversight. The inclusion of frontline countries, especially small island developing states, was highlighted as another critical area for parliamentarians to take into account. The meeting also showcased the critical role of women and young parliamentarians in climate action and highlighted the steps parliaments and parliamentarians around the world are taking to become greener. The parliamentary meeting concluded with the adoption of an outcome document to guide post-COP28 parliamentary action. The document specifically calls on parliaments to encourage governments to increase the ambition of their nationally determined contributions, combat climate change through international cooperation, and promote inclusive and equitable climate strategies. In line with the main outcome of COP28, the UAE consensus, the outcome document also calls for stronger support for adaptation, recognizes the need to scale up investment in renewables, and highlights the need to address the climate finance gap, especially for developing countries. The outcome document provides parliamentarians with a roadmap for accelerating parliamentary action on climate change, both within their countries as well as globally, for a more sustainable planet for the current and future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I need to be guided because the video was showing when she was presenting. So do we need to show it again? No, it's done. Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Al-Suaidi, for that presentation. But once again, I would like to thank the Federal National Council of the United Arab Emirates for hosting that IPU meeting. And I'm informed also that the IPU held an event in the blue zone of the COP28, and it was a special round table entitled, "How Can Women and Young Parliamentarians Make the Difference? Partnership for Change." And now I would like to invite Lord Fakafanua, who is the Speaker of Tonga and a member of the board of the Forum of Young Parliamentarians, to present a brief report on that event. Mr. Speaker, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen, for years the IPU and parliaments have been striving to strengthen our voice in the inner circle of COP. Last year, with the understanding and support of the Federal National Council of the United Arab Emirates, we achieved a significant breakthrough. In parallel to the parliamentary meeting at COP28 on December the 6th, for the first time ever, we organized a special event in the exclusive Blue Zone of the COP conference. We held a roundtable discussion to enhance partnerships between women and young parliamentarians and civil society groups, international organizations, governments, and the private sector to unleash greater climate action. The meeting stemmed from an initiative of the Board of Young Parliamentarians to prioritize enhancing the links with youth groups on climate action. Following an online briefing for young MPs on the topic held last May, the meeting was promoted by our board members from the UAE, Sarah Falaknaz, who helped along with the Federal National Council to put it on the COP agenda. The meeting was a dynamic and highly interactive discussion between some 30 parliamentary leaders and an equal number of women and youth groups. Here we applauded parliaments who are leading the way in promoting more youth negotiators being part of official delegations, and we hope that this practice will continue to grow. We reaffirmed the importance of working with science and research institutions to ensure an evidence-based approach to climate policies. And we recommitted to collaborating closely with women and youth groups to ensure governments meet their nationally determined contributions and climate commitments. The meeting was not just a call for more ambitious climate action, but it also highlighted the pivotal role parliamentarians play as key allies in this fight. As one of our fellow board members aptly put during the meeting, if you're not at the table, you are on the menu. In Dubai, it was clear that parliaments with women and young MPs are at the forefront. We're decisively at the table, not on the menu. I hope this serves as a new precedent for future COP meetings, the IPU continuing to be firmly at the table. Madam Chair, thank you, and I commend this report to the Governing Council.
Thank you so much, Lord Fakafanua, for this very insightful report. We appreciate the good work that was done. And we now, members, we received the report on the third regional seminar on achieving the Sustainable Development Goals for the IPU's 12+ geopolitical group, which will be presented by Senator Di Nicolai from France. Senator Di Nicolai, you have the floor. And congratulations once again for the election to the membership of the questions on the Middle East.
Thank you, Madam President. And allow me to express my thanks to all of my colleagues for my election to the Middle East Affairs Committees.
Nigeria. Madame la Présidente, chers collègues.
Madam President, dear colleagues, I'm here to present you with a report on the third regional seminar on achieving the SDGs for the IPU's 12+ geopolitical group that was held in the Senate in Paris from the 18th to 19th January. Jointly organized by the French group at IPU and the IPU, there were 60 or more participants from Austria, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Bulgaria, China, Croatia, China, Greece, Lithuania, Latvia, Romania, Slovenia, Turkey, and the United Kingdom, the 12+ members. Gérard Larcher, President of the Senate, was there, and Martin Chungong, Secretary General of the IPU. And my colleague Javier Iacovelli, who is the Executive Committee representative from France. We had 2 days of meetings from Thursday to Friday, 18th, 19th of January, roundtables on sustainable development and the ecological transition, equal opportunities and resilient healthcare systems, and open and innovative parliaments. On the second day, We focused on the Olympic Games and the Paralympics in a sustainable fashion with a roundtable and a visit to 2 sites at the Paris Olympics. And the delegations went to the future village for athletes and the aquatics centre. The roundtables were attended by some keynote speakers from international organizations or national bodies, including representatives of the academic world and people from various different countries. And together, we discussed the main issues raised by the SDGs and steps taken to accelerate their implementation. The Paris Agreement, adopted in 2015, are also closely linked to this issue, SDGs focusing on climate change, and that's why a lot of discussions focused on climate change and sustainable development. We realized that there was a slowdown in progress towards achieving the 2030 agenda. In fact, the picture is quite worrying because of the structural crises facing the world today. There was a genuine risk of seeing a lack of progress towards achieving the SDGs. On health, of course, just after the COVID-19 pandemic, the issue of healthcare system strengthening remains a top priority if we are to face future health crises and improve access to healthcare for people, reduce inequalities and ensure health security. Of course, there has been undeniable progress over the past few years in improving global health, but there remain key challenges that we face. For instance, according to the WHO, 5 billion people still don't have access to basic essential healthcare around the world. Now, I can't go into all of the details of our discussions and the key initiatives that parliaments are taking, but I would invite you to consult the report of this event on the IPU website. And I would invite you to maintain constant pressure on your governments to ensure full implementation of the SDGs by 2030 to the good of the populations that we represent, because otherwise it's going to be too late to make up for lost time.
Thank you so much, Senator Di Nicolai, for that report. We really appreciate, but also I would like to extend my gratitude on behalf of you all to the Parliament of France for having hosted this meeting. We really appreciate. We will now turn to watch a video report on the 2024 parliamentary hearing at the United Nations, which was held from 8th to 9th February 2024 in New York, United States of America. The technical team, can you please put on the video? Thank you.
A very warm welcome to the 2024 UN Parliamentary hearing. It is said that parliamentarians are to society as the soul is to the body.
This unique joint event brings parliamentarians to New York to discuss with UN officials, ambassadors, and experts issues that are high on the international agenda, including peace and security, economic and social development, international law and human rights, democracy, and gender issues.
Efforts that require and are enriched by strong, frank, and regular interactions with you, the parliamentarians, who by design embody the will of the people.
The multilateral systems need to be updated to fit for the purpose with regard to conflict prevention and conflict resolution.
and thus call for entrenched international cooperation among all nations, acting together across sectors and in collaboration with a range of stakeholders.
Dear parliamentarians, the world is looking with great expectation to the summit of the future in September for a clear plan and a timeline to fix the various parts of the United Nations machinery for peace and security.
As we prepare for the summit of the future, where world leaders will gather here in New York in September to forge a new global consensus how to more effectively deliver for people and planet.
Too many conflicts are born simply out of an inability to listen carefully to each other across political or geographical divides. Much as we may dislike someone or perceive them as the enemy, we must endeavor to see the world and ourselves from their perspectives. That, in essence, is the first step on the road towards dialogue for peace. Thank you very much. So we were able to do that, and that's our report. But let me also thank the technical team for this report. Now we turn to watch a video on the report of Abu Dhabi session of the Parliamentary Conference on the WTO. That was held on 25th February 2024 in Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates. Technical team, the video please, thank you. Thank you very much. So that was also done, and thank you, technical team, for putting that together. But let me also thank once again the Federal National Council of the UAE for hosting this meeting. We will finally have a video report on the parliamentary meeting at the Commission of the Status of Women, the 68th Commission on the Status of Women, Gender-Sensitive Parliaments, Advancing Gender Equality to End Poverty, which was held at the United Nations headquarters in New York, United States of America. Technical team, the video, please.
My name is Tulia Akson. I'm the president for the Inter-Parliamentary Union. We are here in New York to discuss a number of issues as parliamentarians.
J'ai l'immense plaisir de vous accueillir à la réunion parlementaire conjointe UIP et ONU Femmes à l'occasion de la 68e session de la Commission de la condition de la femme.
We have been discussing about poverty and how it affects women, but also we have been discussing about gender budgeting and how it can assist women get out of poverty.
Poverty is a gendered phenomenon. And that doesn't mean it's a gendered phenomenon in some places of the world. But poverty actually has a female face in all places of the world.
Other intersecting forms of discrimination on the basis of race, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, geographic location, and disability are the disadvantages that lead to an even harder escape from the cycle of poverty.
We have seen that more women are actually disproportionately represented in poverty. And that being the case, as members of parliament, we would want to see women uplifted. And how are we going to do that? It's because of discussions such as these ones that we're having, one of them including gender budgeting. We are going to learn from each other, from every parliament that is represented here.
You are best placed to dissect laws from a gender lens, to institutionalize and oversee what we call gender-responsive budgeting.
En intégrant les perspectives de genre dans les processus législatifs, les allocations budgétaires et les processus décisionnels, nous pouvons faire progresser la justice sociale et veiller à ce que personne ne soit laissé de côté.
More than 80% of the women members of parliament going through one form or another of gender-based violence, whether it be physical or psychological.
We need parliaments that are safe and accessible. IPU studies reveal that across the globe, more than 80% of women members of parliament are facing gender-based psychological violence, including intimidation, threats of death, rape, beating, or abduction during their parliamentary term. This is unacceptable. It is the only way to ensure that resources are allocated equitably and that women can thrive and uplift their communities. Dear colleagues, the IPU and forums such as this serve as multipliers of our individual capacities as parliamentarians. We have a lot to learn, a lot to share, and an opportunity to draw inspiration from each other. Thank you so much. So that was also done. And now we have, that concludes our agenda, item of the agenda number 15, which was on the reports on recent IPU specialized meetings. So we take note of all the reports that have been given and also the video reports. Members? Thank you very much. It is so decided. So now we move to item 16, the Kramer Percy Prize. Colleagues, we are now all familiar of what Kramer Percy Prize stands for. It is actually designed to reward parliamentarians who make an outstanding contribution to the defense and promotion of the IPU's objectives, as well as those who contribute to a more united, peaceful, sustainable, and equitable world. This is the third edition of the prize, and I'll give the floor shortly to the Secretary General to update us on the arrangement. And we have a video in place, which is going to be played, followed by the few words from the Secretary General. Technical team, or you speak first before the video? They said there's a video first before the Secretary General takes the floor. So you will speak after the short video. Thank you.
The IPU belongs to the 46,000 parliamentarians in the world. To celebrate the diversity and incredible work of these brave men and women, I am happy to announce that the nominations are open for the 2024 edition of the Democracy Prize. With the world at war, this year the prize will be awarded to a member of parliament with an outstanding record on peace building and encouraging inter-parliamentary dialogue and diplomacy.
Mr. Secretary General, you have the floor for a few words on the Democracy Prize.
Thank you, Madam President. Just to emphasize that this third edition of the prize will be awarded to a parliamentarian with an exceptional record in the area that is the focal area of the IPU this year, which is peace and security. We want to encourage the geopolitical groups to be prompt in submitting their nominees. You are required to submit one substantive nominee and one alternate nominee. And the deadline for submitting the nominations is the 30th of April this year. There will be a jury whose composition is well known, and they will examine all these nominations and announce the winner of the prize during the assembly that will take place in October 2024. I would imagine it would be in this same room come October. So we encourage you therefore to reach out to your members, the geopolitical group chairs, to reach out to your members and send in your nominations as soon as possible. The forms for the nominations are available. If you need hard copies here, you will have them, but they're all available online through the IPU webpage. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much, members. So that's the update. Please note the deadline, and we hope the geopolitical groups will be able to convene at the appropriate time and be able to send in their nominations timely. That said, the Executive Committee also considered the proposal for the IPU to be involved in the World Future Council's Future Policy Award. The IPU has already collaborated with the World Future Council on this award in the past. The Executive Committee took note of this information and requested that the Governing Council approve the IPU's continued involvement in the organization of the World Future Council Award, albeit on a smaller scale than previously, in order to give due prominence to our own IPU's Democracy Prize. Do I take it that you approve the Executive Committee's note that I've just read to you? Thank you very much. It is so agreed. And now we move to item number 17, which is any other business. But before I allow the delegates to take the floor, should they have any, I would like to inform you that Ms. Sally Ann Seda, who is the Conference Services Officer at IPU, is taking her well-deserved retirement after 32 years of service at IPU. So thank you so much, members, and that's very kind. Thank you. Okay. You're not called yet, Secretary General. Wait a second. Yeah, wait a second. I think the Secretary General got in a hurry after Sally was standing, and he wouldn't want to part ways with her. But she has served us in our assemblies, as I rightly said, and she is actually the machinery behind our assemblies being very successful. So thank you so much, Sally, for the service that you have rendered to this institution. I will now give the floor to the Secretary General to say a few words to Ms. Sada.
Does it work? Yes. Yes, Madam President, honorable members, I know the morning or afternoon is fast spent, and I don't want to be between you and your lunch after such a long morning. But you will allow me to steal a few moments of your time to pay tribute to an exceptional individual. I say this from a selfish point of view.
Mr. Secretary General, sorry for the interpretation. You want to move a bit close to your microphones? Thank you.
Okay, very good. I thought I should use a few moments to celebrate somebody I consider to be very exceptional, somebody who is selfless. I have seen this myself over the past 32 years. You joined the IPU in 1992, Sally Ann, and that was in Yaoundé. I was on the other side in the IPU Secretariat in Cameroon, and we met for the first time then, and we have been together since then up until now. And I want to say and certify that we have had to deal with a very loyal individual, as Madam President has indicated, very committed to the service of this organization. And I just want to, on behalf of my colleagues, many of them present here, pay that special tribute to you, Sally Ann, for the great work that you have done in service to this organization. I would like to just give a few hints as to what I think Sally Ann should be celebrated for. Here we find somebody who is selfless, who wants to always help, and you've seen her during conferences. We have seen her in the IPU Secretariat, always there to lend a helping hand to colleagues, always there to lend a helping hand to delegates during the assembly. And Sally Ann, you started in the IPU as a bilingual secretary. You rose, that was in the General Services staff, you rose to a Conference Services Officer, a very pilot and very crucial, pivotal position in the IPU, because you are, as Madam President was saying, the engine behind these assemblies that we organize. And I was just researching to find out some exceptional facts about you, Sally Ann. I found that Sally Ann, when she joined the service of the IPU, it was at the 87th conference. In those days, the assemblies were called conferences in Yaoundé, 87th conference in Yaoundé. And today, she is going to be retiring at the 148th Assembly of the IPU. I think I got my math right. 61 conferences, 61 assemblies. You have, Sally Ann, you have helped organize all of the 5 World Conference of Speakers that we have organized since 2000. You have been involved in some innovative practices here to get this organization adapt to developments, especially in the wake of the pandemic. You were crucial in organizing the special session of the Governing Council, which included the election of the then president of the IPU. This is no mean feat. I saw that you have been involved in organizing at least 10 specialized conferences of the IPU. You have also gone on preparatory visits to countries to prepare for assemblies, and most recently you were in Uzbekistan in view of the organization of the conference, which unfortunately you may not be attending, except as a special guest, I guess. So you have visited some 55 countries during your career. And so I just want to say that we have somebody who is an example of, I would say, personal, professional self-development. You didn't rise to the rank of conference service officers out of any particular favor to you. It was by dint of hard work that you got there. I know how much you put into studying, getting training, and so when the time came for you to rise to this position, it was just a foregone conclusion. Sally Ann, we're going to miss you in the Secretariat, but I'm sure you will never be too far away, because we will be reaching out to you and say, please, can you help us? Because this microphone is not working. We need this document. And so you'll always be with us. Let me, on behalf of my colleagues present here, and not those who are not present here, give you a small souvenir on behalf of us all to say, listen, you will always remember the IPU. You will never be too far away from the IPU. You will be sorely missed, but we think that you deserve that rest. You've been working so hard. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Martin. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Now, Salian, sorry, good people. Salian, can you please come up for a presidential hug, please? You didn't get a presidential hug, so you're going to get one. It's very special, and thank you so much for all the years that you have put into the work of IPU. It's a long career of 32 years.
Okay. So just a few words. Thank you so much for giving me the floor. Thank you. I've enjoyed every moment of working at the IPU. It's a wonderful organization. I have fantastic colleagues. I've met people from around the world. I've enjoyed all of the WhatsApp messages, but I shall be closing that page in a couple of months. So all the best to the IPU for the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much once again for that. Now, members, do you have any other business? I don't see any hands. That said, may I now take this opportunity to declare that our 213th session of the Governing Council is officially closed. Thank you so much. So we will resume at 2:30 for the assembly, for the closing session of the assembly and all the items that hadn't been dealt with. Thank you so much. See you soon.
Congratulations, Madam President.